Alright, hello and welcome to, I guess I want to say this week's, but the last one was also technically in this week, so, this is, the second entry to this week's chapter of Rough Rolling.
Woo! Feature.
I guess, if you start your weeks on Sundays, which I do. But, even though it's only been, like, 2 days, I guess, let's try and get a recap of what we did about 2 days ago.
Alright.
And then the memory fogs quite quickly.
Indeed it does. But not a whole extensive... not a lot happened. We did speak with the Drow corpse that me and Sven managed to find outside the wall. That was strung up by his own people. Asked him a few questions such as, in what ways did you accomplish or fail your goals? When did you get to the place from which House Scar operates from the Underdark? Yada yada. A few other questions, and we got them answered. Overall, fairly content with the answers, but we'll see where they lead us. We went and visited the Torvacher family again, and spoke with their butler this time, named Ymir, who we actually found out was a genie, who was yet to grant his last wish. We spoke about him and the area of Vetterholm, before eventually heading back to visit Kristoff the Younger and finalize the deal to go on an expedition to Vetterholm with the Lutendorfs.
Well, people that represent them, none of the Ludendorffs themselves are going.
Cool, but under their banner.
Hmm.
While we were there, I managed to speak with Kristoff the Younger and get access to a back room that hadn't been touched by the burglars that was filled with artifacts. One of which, completely non-magical, really stood out to me. A very large item. And I bought it. And after inspecting it with the whole group, we noticed some weird symbols on the bottom. It's something called... And only one word was coherent, and that was the word watts, which is... What the fuck is a watt?
What? The fuck is a watt?
Exactly. Otherwise, last we left off, we were leaving the estate.
Yep. You have arranged for the pickup of the item at your out-of-game earliest convenience. But now that the evening is flowing in, contracts have been signed, money has changed hands. You are stepping back out into the Ludendorff's drive. The activity out here in the yard has mostly calmed down. Traffic is lessened. The guards are still here, but it is just you. The floor is yours.
I forgot you bought that.
Yeah.
Right before we're taking the trip. 5 days across the country.
In my defense, when it was originally described to me, it was described as something you'd hang over a fireplace. I didn't think it was 10 feet tall.
I do not remember ever using the words hang over a fireplace.
I remember hearing those
talking
words.
That's when you were talking about the S-hook.
Yes, as in it reminds you of like a pot that can be swung over a fireplace. The fire itself, not the actual fireplace.
Right. That's what I heard.
That would be the hinges. I was describing the hinges on the side of it.
Well, I might not go through with purchasing the whole thing, but I might stick with the down payment so we can at least get some time with it. Inspect it. Maybe get Sven to do a legend lore on it.
So a portable hole is 20,000 gold.
No, thank you.
Probably still not even fit.
No, it won't.
Bring item. Got it.
The hole is 6 feet deep? Maybe not even that.
6 foot diameter, 10 feet deep.
Oh, 10 feet deep.
So
Yeah.
barely fits.
What were the dimensions on this thing? Because now that I think of it, I think shrink item is 1 cubic foot per level.
It might fit if you do shrink item.
Okay.
Yeah, it would fit if you do shrink item.
I'm like, there's I think something that I could do that's like it halves an object's weight, which is like a level 1 spell, and I was like that maybe ample. is most of what I can bring.
Shrink items not under any of our spell lists.
Mhm. Yeah, I can't be a yogi. I'm not allowed to cast levitate. No floaty meditation for me.
Womp womp.
Just boring practical magic.
Yep, Sven can cast it.
No.
Yeah, if he has the spell, I don't know if
Yeah.
it does.
Theoretically, Sven can cast it.
You want to pay 10,000 gold to give me a spell knowledge page? I'll cast it.
Just buy
No,
one.
Yeah, you can do
Wand
a
will be
wand.
more expensive. For a third level spell?
You can do a scroll.
A second level for levitate, but I don't think it would actually help. It might be. It might be only on people.
I thought levitate also had a weight limit, or at least I guessed that there was.
I think it does, but I think it's pretty high.
Up to 100 pounds per level.
That too. It's probably heavier than that.
Yeah.
900 pounds is. I think there's no way it's heavier than 900 pounds, right? Well, actually,
Or
It's,
maybe.
get a mnemonic
Yeah.
vestment and a scroll.
Either way, it's a problem for not today.
and
That
we get
leaves
to
it up to you guys as to what you're doing the rest of the day.
Well, I was going to maybe try to make it a surprise, but now I'm like, no, I'll just propose it. Didn't sit down and do a little celebratory dinner thing. We just did all this stuff. We're gonna.
I like the
leave?
sound of that, actually.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I do believe that that was discussed, correct?
The
What
dinner?
was discussed? Dinner?
Sort of a celebration between all those who were involved.
Oh, we could have
Sure.
one.
Sven? Oh, man. I think Sven is still embarrassed or shy about his new form. I don't know if he would be the party holic he used to be right now. Maybe. I think that'll come back to him. I don't know. He'd be willing to, like, fund it, say, yeah, no, I'll pay for all the drinks and food and whatnot. Here's 100 gold. But he might be in the background a little bit.
All right. I'm assuming you just all head back to Bannerhome then?
Might as well.
Sure. Yeah, it is 6 o'clock, so.
Yep. The activity in the city has definitely fallen. It's a languid walk back to Bannerhome and probably leaves you with your thoughts, pondering what you're going to be doing next and what that's going to look like. But eventually you reach there, traffic being a little higher on the side of the city. Head into Bannerhome and, yeah.
Let's get us some drinks.
Sure. Let's see about a table.
Hmm.
I could just kick someone off of one if there's not one available. It's fine. We're the fucking gate crashers.
We start stabbing
I do still
people.
have a flame strike.
Exactly. Like
I
where your head's
think I remember it. Church said he was probably going to be hosting something like this.
Oh, right. Actually, yeah, let's drinks sound good, but let me talk to Turs real quick. Maybe he's got something set aside.
I'll be here.
That
I
way,
do
someone can get flame struck later on in the evening.
The night is young.
I know.
I do not remember this, but I would assume that everyone who was involved was invited
Jeez.
I know.
at some point.
Sorry about that. Let's.
So, including
These
Melia and maybe Carrington and her retainer, if she was able to leave
Yeah.
or interested.
I think the only people that weren't involved, or excuse me, were involved that aren't here, besides the political apparatus, would indeed be Melia, who is at the temple, and Caroline, who is wherever it is she is.
She's somewhere. I bet.
Probably somewhere.
Hopefully. It'll be a shame if she was nowhere.
Probably
Or
concerned.
Mysteriously vanished.
Anyway, if it had not happened already, Vic would extend the invitation.
I'm gonna say that we're just gonna, since I kind of got lost in the amount of real world time, I'm gonna say that it was distributed to those who were involved, which thankfully is not nearly as many as you would think. And Fernix, by the time you go upstairs, you see that Terz's doors are open and that his office has been kind of set up as for a private soiree.
Oh.
It is a rather large room, so it will definitely be able to accommodate like 10, 12 people.
Yep, I'll communicate this to Etor to go pass on to everyone and tell them not to be weird about it. And yeah, I'll head on in.
You find that the office has had most of the seating furniture pushed to the sides. There has been an extra table seemed to have been moved in here and is being covered with the kind of usual fare that you might find at a mid to high level nobles ball party, something like that. You know, decent food, good wine, liquor, stuff like that.
Nice.
There is nothing like in the way of, say, music being played, but at least Terse is already here, having finished up setting things. And you have probably no idea when she got here, but Melia is already here and is being the usual, I want to be in charge of everything right now because I have nothing better to do.
I'll add that to the list of things. And tell him if he's already told Vic to get back and inform him, because I know he might just, comply. But yeah, I'll just say, hey, just finished up with the details for the trip and everything.
This is you speaking with Terse.
Yep.
He's like kind of half talking with Melia before finally just giving her a, why don't you just set it up however it is you want to set it up, all right? And just kind of gives her a pat on the shoulder and walks away. Coming over to you. Thankfully, he has used the is that a scroll that I think you gave him?
The potion, probably.
Okay, yeah, the potion that you gave him. So his arm is at least not mechanical. Still not flesh and blood, but close enough. He seems to definitely be a little bit relieved to get away from Melia, who is doting over everything and being anal retentive. He gives you a relieved look and says, "Is everybody finally here, or?"
Yes. We just, they did want to get drinks and whatnot from downstairs, of course, but we hadn't checked in yet, so.
I'll just send them up whenever they have the time. Did anyone bring dates? I'm assuming not.
No. We're all flying solo.
He kind of gives like a
Yeah.
look over his shoulder to Melia, who kind of gives him a kind of shit-like eye, I suppose, and just kind of looks away and is like, not gonna touch it.
We got confused and brought plums instead.
Give it a little time.
Yeah.
One turns into the other.
Oh no.
Oh,
When magic's involved, anything can happen.
well, this is all incredibly nice, thank you.
Well, we wanted to have a little bit of an actual celebration, and this is about as much as I'm able to do at the moment. Catering's done by Xenophons, and the wine comes from a private reserve here at Bannerhome.
Well, I do feel as though I've definitely got a lot to learn about the city here. It seems a bit of a shame that we're leaving so soon, but at least we'll be back.
It's the life of the people that work here. Coming, going, always one or the other.
Sadly, I've grown pretty used to it. But it is nice to think that at least I have the freedom to settle down here and not want for work.
Most definitely. City this big, constant problems. Come through the city well enough and you'll find something to do. If not here, then at one of the many nobles' houses across the city.
Right? Oh, I am just starting to feel that. Oh, I've been walking all day, and it's caught up with me. So I'm gonna take a seat.
Yeah, he gestures. His usual furniture is pushed to the side, but it is still there. There is some other seating that's been made available, but
Oh, actually, is the food? Are we waiting?
yeah, it's already arrayed.
Well, I was more asking if I could grab a plate while
Yeah.
I'm waiting for the others, but okay.
Yeah,
so
it is.
I'll do
Everything's
that.
already set out.
Appreciate it.
Okay.
That's it for me.
All right. I'm assuming the message is relayed by Etor, who I'm gonna say makes it weird somehow,
Mhm.
just by default.
Probably.
Hey, you want a party?
Probably like pulling on their leg or something, and then it like something further up to like kind of force them down so that he can whisper, even though he can just be like flying next to you if he wanted to.
Or talking normally.
Mhm.
I assume we all gather up our stuff and head up.
Sure.
All right. You were met with the same sight that I described to Fernix not that long ago. Melia has finally calmed down somewhat since everything is nice and square and in its place. The wine is poured, and well, since most everybody's here, it kind of I guess how would this go? Cyrus has yet to show up, but it seems that because the lion's share of people are here, Terse will lead a toast, thanking all of everyone who is here and those who have yet to arrive in the preservation of untold amounts of lives here in the city. It's not so often that the actual adventurers make it back in one piece. We're used to hanging up trophies and bearing a name with them. Having a little bit of deviation from the standard fare isn't exactly a bad thing, though. So here's to you. Hopefully things go up from here.
Sven raises his cup. I assume he's sitting with the party.
We sequester him.
I mean, everybody's seated around the
chair
same
barrier.
room or standing. There isn't a huge table at the center that you're sitting at. It's more of a, house party kind of style thing.
Who all is here?
Beyond those of you here, Amelia's here, Terse is here. I'm assuming the Natari is gathered or wanders through eventually.
Eventually.
Eventually, Cyrus does show up, seeming to have it changed into something quote unquote nicer. I don't know. Did you extend an invitation to Stauffer?
We can.
I assumed we would extend invitations to anybody we really talked to, but I just didn't actually plan this.
I don't think the
We
prince
extend an invitation to the
appreciate it.
Ludendorffs.
No.
Surely they'll show up.
You helped, and he's like, I did? By getting my house blown up? I guess.
Yes.
Yeah, I distracted him for a second.
I'll invite Grugamesh.
Yeah,
Come on.
Gilgamesh should be here. He
Well,
wasn't invited, but he's here.
He's here in spirit.
Aw.
He is here in spirit.
He helped
Oh,
up
Imagine
the
if he
party.
actually joined the call right now.
Oh, shit.
In the name of the Guru, the Gamesh, and the Holy Spirit.
Oh my gosh. Okay.
Yeah, he's in the middle of his shift right now.
Even
Abigail?
he's
Sounds like a
surprised.
ham problem.
Is thankfully also here.
Yeah.
She hasn't yet to skip town. If she was going to go through with her plan to skip town, or if she was gonna try to settle back down here and try to run her family's bookstore. You did get a message from Carrington saying that she would like to come, however, her state kind of makes that a little bit difficult.
Yeah.
Yeah, no legs.
Well, being quadriplegic.
Lucky.
It's the thought that counts, I guess.
Yeah. I am going to say
I
that...
don't want something.
Can we
Oh,
astrally
listen.
project her here?
Get at her to get her some stuff that she might appreciate from the Varda. I think I got dried fruit and stuff in there. It's basically candy.
Somebody just give me a D20.
I'll do it.
Joe will do it.
Or Natari.
Yep. Close enough.
Don't know why Natari's rolling. I genuinely don't know.
Because you probably have her selected.
I have them both selected.
Maybe, I don't know. I don't know how it chooses how to roll when you have multiple tokens selected.
Oh well.
It's only maybe about 15 or 20 minutes before Stauffer does show up. Shockingly not in armor, and also with somebody else coming with her. That being someone you are all relatively, maybe not familiar with, but you recognize the face. That being of the singer from the night you went to the, actually enjoy yourself at I guess the night before was a show, the next one was at the last drop. She's dressed in, I don't want to say finery, because it doesn't really suit her, but she is dressed nicer and more masculine than feminine. Despite the occasion, she still looks pretty sour, just per usual. So her and Melia have a lot in common.
Yeah, sounds about right.
Yeah.
I know the feeling.
Good.
I don't. What do you
Staring.
guys talk about? Being
Oh.
sour? Dour? Being sad? Nah. Not Sven.
No.
Yep, we're such a talkative bunch here.
It's just a while of kind of being antisocial and just having the first drink in like 3 days and just enjoying it.
It is very fine wine.
Ooh, okay. At least Sven can enjoy that.
Mm-hmm.
Ugh, I need some scotch. Or whiskey or something.
If nobody else is able to be social, at least Cyrus and Terse are able to start telling war stories, which Melia eventually joins in as we begin a game of who has done the most screwed up thing, or experienced the most screwed up thing. Cyrus has dealing with reanimated mummies and trying to get out of a collapsing tomb before the entire building could literally swallow him. Terse has the running from an army of demons and the damned as a city basically collapses behind him. Melia has the horrors of actual war.
It's probably not that bad.
Yep.
What's the... I mean, we dealt with the stinkiest thing known to man.
That's true. Fight poop elemental.
We did fight basically a poop elemental, and then we also fought that one thing a while ago, which had
Mm-hmm.
That's what Sven will describe. You know, you guys had to deal with all this stuff, but let me tell you, you haven't felt truly disgusting until you fought a poop elemental.
Like, I killed it, but at what cost?
Yeah.
Legitimately, Sven went down because I was having second thoughts about even getting close to it.
Yeah. I don't know how if people loosen up over the evening, or if it kind of remains as awkward and as dead as this call is right now.
Mm-hmm.
No, once
Second.
once people start talking, Sven will open up a little bit. But he does keep a little reserved. But once we're talking about stories, you know, he just starts talking about, you know, the stuff that this party has seen and done. Yeah.
But the gauntlet, I'm sure, is something that we can all join in on describing.
For real. That's not really fucked up, but it is a cool story.
Yeah.
In fact, you can read about it in... No.
Oh, yeah.
Just carry around copies of his book.
Yeah.
Oh, this one's signed.
Yeah. In which case, I guess it's more like we're gently changing the topic to more adventure-y type stuff, but also acknowledging that, and then yeah, I'll leave out the episode at the docks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll talk about that.
Pretty much everyone was like, what are we doing here?
As the conversation turns towards that, the stories become less about who's done the most screwed up thing to who has done, like, what's the most interesting thing you have done.
So there were these docks, right? No.
Cyrus has working in the noble houses of Santala, going through party by party as basically hunt down rogue nobles. Terse has sneaking through the streets of Haradazaren, which is a drow city, because he went down there to meet with one of the houses, because information on stuff that happened to him in the past. He does say that's how he lost, the other limb, but it at least is very interesting related to that.
Is
How
there
did
any...
you?
Never
How
mind.
did you even get into the Underdark? I've yet to hear of. How would you even find something like that?
Well, you gotta know the right people and where actually things are. That's mostly it. The one that I accessed was much, much farther south from here. Sometimes they're more actual setups, large elevator shafts that go deep, deep down into the soil. Other times they're just rocky vents that you have to pick your way down.
Perhaps we should Well, we were thinking of making a journey to there actually soon. I'm using Sven's old
Right.
voice.
Yeah. And why would you want to do that?
We have business to attend to down there.
So did I, and I lost my leg.
Is chasing after House to Scar.
I dealt with
So-
House of Daragon.
What is it like down there?
Grim. The Drow build their worlds in a way that is almost a dark reflection of the elven world above. Beautiful and terrifying. From what I'm told, at least the things that elves like to claim, is that the Drow are all their worst impulses. Whereas the Drow argue is that they were who they always are, and the current elves are just a bunch of posing pussies.
Is this a genetic thing or a cultural thing?
We'll call them A, we'll call them B.
I'm
Look
a
to the party, see if anyone has anything to say.
no historian, but I do believe it stretches back quite a long time.
Some like hundreds of thousands of years or something like that, if I recall correctly, back before, things were actually written down by anybody who had more than 2 brain cells to rub together.
I make a check to see if I know anything about this.
Give me a knowledge history and roll a nat 20.
Not quite.
How about me?
Not terrible, though.
Knowledge, history.
Hmm.
Damn.
It's actually perhaps obviously not a perfect recall, but there is definitely the argument between who the elves are, who the drow are, and how they relate to one another. It is believed that they are still technically related to one another, but are now so distantly, I guess, separated that they're functionally 2 different people. During a lot of the disasters that happened in the early history of this world, the drow fled underground. Elves most likely fled to some other pocket dimension, or so they kind of claim that they were preserved by these places, whereas the drow were changed. Whereas the drow argue that they haven't changed at all. It's the elves who are changed by where they went. A lot of people claim that where the elves fled was the Feywild, or the First World. So became more gnomish and fairy-like.
I'll pipe in and just throw a hand up. Like, it's been so long ago, it doesn't even matter anymore. I mean, they're practically not even the same creature anymore. Distant bloodline relatives, sure, but you can't call them anything. Like, they're not the same anymore.
Maybe not, but they can still have kids, and, well, there's a decent amount of stories about elves and drow running off with one another and being shunned by both sides. 2 houses opposed from one another, forever locked in eternal combat.
House divided. Good for them.
Yes. Romero and Julian. I've heard this story.
An oldie but a goodie.
Either way, the drow are dangerous as fuck, and a lot of the things that they practice border on making devils blush.
Was always told to stay clear of them, but figured that was Dad's kobold prejudice at play. Still,
Kobold?
yeah,
And
My-
looks to you.
my dad's a kobold.
Sven raises an eyebrow slowly.
Your dad's a kobold?
Right.
And who is your mother?
He's a dragonborn. Used to be kind of a rangery type like you, but not really so stand out of a career.
It's been kind of lucky man.
Mhm.
And he's
Huh.
was definitely persistent. She made sure to make sure that was clear, but well, obviously something worked out. In fact, I was recently informed that I have 2 younger siblings that I was unaware of.
Oh, that's awesome,
Right.
right?
That's epic.
That's I mean, how old are they?
Oh, like 10 and 15 or something.
Oh,
Might not be remembering that right. Something tells me. But,
so it's been a while then.
right. And it wasn't, in case things didn't go so well. Didn't seem like the kind of thing I'd really want to be weighing on anyone's mind and having to inform anyone. I'm sure it would have taken care of itself.
I understand.
Either
When this is
way,
all over, we can go and get you to say hello.
Hmm. If I can get myself to.
Either way, he is correct. The Drow have turned torture into a art form.
Well, let's just not get
Better
caught
not.
alive then.
Probably the best way to look at it, yes.
Not get caught at all if we do things properly.
I request, if I'm about to be dragged away by Drow, I have done a little bit of research. I've read up on some of the Drow. I've read some of their torture techniques. No thanks. If I'm getting dragged away, just put one between the eyes. I'd rather that. I would rather quick and simple rather than drawn out for possibly weeks.
I suppose that is the feeling they wish to elicit.
And they succeed.
Out in the country, most of the peasants and those who even live here in poorer conditions often believe that Drow are just mythology. Things that do not exist, but only exist to scare kids into doing their chores and going the fuck to sleep at night when their parents want some rest.
Does seem a bit surreal. Bunch of people living just underneath you.
Just underneath, and always with the ability to come up and kill as many people as they feel like. Now you know why the elves out east fight them all pretty much constantly.
It is kind of more of an endemic problem than one might expect. At least, what I've heard, most kobold raids are more about taking of supplies than trying to instill terror.
Yeah, and even though the Drow do a lot of the slaving of people, they generally don't do a lot of the dirty work. They farm that out to the Dwerg or sometimes even kobolds if they're desperate.
Mhm. And certainly not as though any of their hands are clean.
Oh, hell no. But when you live in that kind of environment, you do what you gotta do to survive, I guess. Including dealing with people like me until they suddenly realized who I was asking about, and then they thought it was better to try and just kill me instead of pissing off the other person.
Ah,
The Drow are
Yes, we're-
strange.
They're about to meet stranger.
well, ideally it won't be an extended excursion. You do still have the main excavation to deal with, so
I wonder how much lost knowledge or artifacts the Drow might hold.
Most people's guesses is that they have more than they know what to do with. But to them it is so mundane that they don't even think about.
Terrifying thought.
It'll be the same as up here. Remember, we have sunglasses. They do not. That might as well be magic to them.
Probably same case, vice versa, with some of their technology. If I was to guess.
Probably have goggles that let them see in the dark.
I mean, we have those.
They exist. They're just kind
Cool.
of expensive.
Yeah.
Yeah, they do exist. They're just really fucking expensive.
Like 20,000.
Like at least 20,000.
Yeah,
I think they
I'll
only give
never
you
have a
30
pair of
feet.
those.
Maybe I should send along some money and have lens crafter.
60-foot dark vision, 12,000 gold.
I think I'll just sit with my low light vision for now.
I think I could probably send some money along and get Dad some sunglasses. Even if he's already got some, it might be nice to have another pair.
So when are you leaving?
Was it? I think about as soon as we're ready, which is, well, we're ready now, so we could leave tomorrow.
It's more dependent on the Ludendorffs, though. They have to get organized. I'd say either tomorrow or the next day.
I believe they said they were waiting on us.
Yeah, he did.
Oh, well then, probably tomorrow, early.
Yeah, I think he said he made preparations in the anticipation that you weren't gonna sign it.
Gotcha. Okay.
We've got a little bit of mercantile business to take care of, since we'll be out of town for a while. But other than that, tomorrow.
Well, hopefully you can do more good out on the road than you have done in my city. Although then again, it's kind of been a bit of a mixed bag, huh? Good on the whole, but yeah. And she just like, that's Caroline. She just brings the cup to her mouth, like remembering, you know.
Mhm.
Well, don't forget our name.
What? What did we do that's bad?
Everyone
Yeah,
turns to Sven slowly, like.
Yeah, everybody who most of the people who are there are not human, and does remember that.
It's
Oh,
been
there's
some
also-
unfortunate turns of circumstance, I admit.
There's also just a collective thought bubble moving up and just picturing Grudemesh just smiling and giving a thumbs up.
Yeah.
Like Donald Trump
But-
standing in Arlington Cemetery.
Even though I know it doesn't make up for it, there wasn't any ill intent behind it. Just a lot of. I know, your ear bubble. A lot of unfortunate turns of events leading to, well, already bad things getting even worse.
And things could have been much worse. I've seen it happen myself.
Mhm. Try to help you itch your ear, buddy.
Alright, well. The evening goes on basically as long as you want it to. Food is very, very good. It is very expensive. Xenophon's is considered to be one of the best restaurants in the Empire, not just the city. The wine is also very good. There is some liquor, mostly bourbon and other aged whiskeys.
I'll take bourbon.
I'll take wine.
Also, cognac if you like drinking an ashtray.
Maybe. I'll try it.
It tastes like drinking an ashtray.
That's the stuff. That's what I like to hear and see. Ooh.
I've never had cognac in real life.
Me neither. I have no
I
fucking clue.
have.
As-
It
what
tastes
is
like drinking an ashtray.
Isn't
I
Crown
wonder what
Royal
it tastes
a
like.
cognac?
I wonder what you taste like, your flesh.
You can
it's-
try if you want.
I remember hearing that it was like a wine or whiskey that just does not taste like any other wine or whiskey should.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'll take the whiskey.
All right.
I'll,
Conversation, yeah.
I'm going to approach the little like the 16-year-old girl. What was her name again?
Abigail.
Okay.
Abigail. Here we go. Just found it in my notes. I'm gonna approach her.
Mhm.
Just like walk up, sit beside her, drink silently for a second, and then if she doesn't break the ice, just ask,
Ahead.
"So, are you leaving?"
Hey.
Her, the way she's been sitting is kind of like looking at the
Alright.
group because, like, well, she has none of, well, her and the cat musician have mostly stayed away because it's like, we have none of these stories. Y'all are just fucking strange weirdos telling about how you've done all these cool but sometimes horrendous things. um, she has been like drinking kind of bog wine and kind of gives a sigh and says, "No, I'll probably try to stay. See if the neighborhood gets any better. I mean, we own the building, and with the amount of people who are gone now, and the fact that the bald guy kind of muscled out most of the other gangs, it's, I guess they could say it's a, oh, there's nobody really in charge there anymore, so gangs are gone, maybe something might come of it."
Where there's a power vacuum, someone will always try to fill it.
Well, for now, things seem to be not better, but at least there's the hope that it could be.
We'll see how long that lasts. With these aren't the only gangs in town, and someone's probably going to try and encroach on their territory. It happens all the time.
If anyone's
Either
dumb enough to think they can tame that neighborhood.
there are many a fool in this city.
Well, if the houses of the Lutendorfs and the Olwooks couldn't do it, I don't think any of the crime lords can.
They don't have to control it on the surface. They just have to bring in something new that they like in the neighborhood.
Well, the alternative is trying to sell the building for what it isn't worth, and trying to make a new life somewhere else where it probably isn't that much different. So, I guess as the phrase go, I'll stick with the devil I know.
I do not mean to dissuade you, merely to educate deep thought, incentivize deep thought, but are you staying because of a sense of obligation, or are you staying because you really want to?
It can be both.
All right, then.
Plus, you
He's
know, he gestures to Sven and says, he paid for school, so I've got that to look forward to. Should be starting in a couple weeks, so don't want to miss that.
Did we go over her like the book that I finished?
I believe you did, yeah.
I'm pretty sure we did. I just wanted to make sure because that was something Sven really wanted to do before leaving.
If you haven't, the opportunity is now. Because I think you already handled the school stuff.
I think we did have a scene about it because I remember it being like it was good enough that it's gonna pay for her school.
Okay.
And I think that's why her school is paid for.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Plus, you know, now we're basically kind of famous in the neighborhood since we have a book written about us, even though, let's be honest, our family's not that much more interesting than a lot of other people's. Sometimes you just happen to be at the wrong place at the right time.
Having a local celebrity can boost book sales. I'd say enjoy it while it lasts.
You're here.
Well, as long as you're content with the future, then I suppose there's nothing left for me to say. Just, considering you do live where you live, keep up on your training.
Well, here's hoping it isn't necessary, but, well, is that as it is.
It is necessary, as long as it keeps you alive.
He
And
just
I'll
kind of
stand up.
wordlessly holds the glass up like, what else?
Enjoy your evening.
You too, Star of the Night.
Yeah, yeah. Keep forgetting that. No. Walk off.
Big girl. Hi, honey. Hi, I know. Sorry, my dog is being very affectionate right now.
I'll also can do this. I can do this later if someone else has something they want to do. But Natari is going to sit down beside Sven.
Ben will look up to her and take a drink and say, "How was your night?" How was your night? I can't do the voice right now.
Stop it.
How's your night been going?
It's going, I suppose. I mean, I'm drinking. I'm around people who are fine, I suppose. No different than any other night, really. It's pretty much the same thing I normally do.
The drinks are nice. The company is nice. I
I wouldn't say
suppose
nice.
we don't have. Well, you're nice. At least there's that. You and the rest of the party are good company to me. We don't have a world-ending threat ahead of us, not immediately.
Daxia seems to think we do.
It's adventuring work. We're never going to be safe, but that's the nature of being an adventurer. I think that we're at least not dealing with, a dream realm rapidly expand. Man. That voice really takes. I think I'm losing my voice again.
Is it worse than the original voice?
The original voice, it was very easy to do. I never lost my voice doing it. This one, it's like I have to.
I don't know why
Go,
you
like,
settled
real
on this
deep.
one, because that wasn't originally what you were gonna do.
No,
Just-
it's not.
Just drink some gravel. And
True.
Yeah. Punch
see if I
yourself
can
in the
find you
throat
a-
a few times.
I'll see if I can find you a voice changer.
Hey.
Drink
Thanks.
some razor blades. It's all good.
There
all
it
for
is.
the art.
You've heard of method acting. Now let's try torture acting.
I guess that's what they
Not
call when you
too
film a
different.
movie with Steven Seagal in it. Torture acting.
Sure.
Yes, torture
Funny,
acting. Sven, would you? We have this new role open for the person who gets their leg broken by a femur breaker. Would you like it?
Is that
I
good?
hate you. Hate you. Hate you.
Even Seagal, I would call it more torture sitting on a chair.
Gonna do karate sitting on a rolling chair.
I'll never forget the movie where he has to have a stunt double walk up and down the stairs for him.
What?
It's my favorite
Yeah.
thing in the world.
Yeah.
This is new lore.
Yeah.
Yeah, they
Why?
specifically show a significantly skinnier man, only from the back, for walking up and down the stairs.
Mm-hmm.
Why?
Hey, why?
Because he's
That's
350 pounds and he can't walk.
Yeah, he's that unhealthy.
Yeah, he's a super elite sniper.
Steven Seagal.
Oh yeah, this guy. Okay.
He's a
Yeah.
hyper elite sniper that makes regular sized bulletproof vests look like dinner plates. And he does not stand up for more than about 15% of his screen time in any movie he's in.
Jesus Christ. I don't think I've seen any of the
Good.
movies where he's the main actor.
Good.
Yeah.
Correct.
Sniper
That is
Special
correct.
Ops is a great movie. Anyway,
Hey, we're getting off track.
Very.
What were we talking about? Right, people.
You were saying
being-
something.
That.
Do what you gotta do, or don't have to do. up
There
to you.
is no rapidly expanding dream realm. There's no world-ending portals that are opening up right now. We're just going to the Underdark. It's simple.
I'm sorry, I can't unhear in your voice. I am the Senate.
No, you will die.
We are going to the Underdark.
I love democracy.
Oh my god. Whew. Well, well, even if there's not, Daxis seems to think that we're somehow on the
My jeans. That's fine.
edge of death, everyone. Especially since you, I don't know, said you spoke with some person in a gem and also something about talking with an animal. Seems rather perturbed after that. Either way, I'm impressed. I kind of expected having
Can
to.
I tell you something?
Wait, son.
I mean,
I'm sorry,
sure.
I had to.
No, you're good. No, I came over here expecting, not what I was expecting, but I'm not necessarily surprised either.
You know, if I'm being honest with you, at a game, Natari was there for the transformation, right?
No, she wasn't.
No, she was not.
Have the others told you of what happened?
All
yesterday?
Daxius told me before I saw you in your room, like that, was that something was going down with an entity connected to you. He didn't give specifics, and said that you weren't quite going to be the same, and that he might need some adjusting. I don't
If
know.
I'm being honest with you, I saw things. A lot of
I mean,
things,
we all
and
see things every fucking day. Be a little more fucking specific, will you?
When it grabbed my soul, it gave me a glimpse into its realm.
I still have no idea what the fuck we're talking about.
A protean, a being of chaos that lives in a realm of chaos, of magic and swirling energies. If I'm being honest with you, ever since I've seen its world, this one seems so much more tame. I think that will be alright.
Alright, if Mr. I've been tortured by other worldly demons says so, then I believe you.
I wouldn't say tortured, but I've seen things since that moment. I've dreamt of things, and I
Are
still
you sure
see
not
them.
tortured? Because I mean, look at you. It just pokes like with no sense of like personal space, just like pokes at your stomach.
He breaks.
Literally, that's my point. Like I poke at you and you groan and like you're in pain. Like, are you sure? Like you lost a good bit of muscle mass.
Well, no, in a way I lost it, but it was never mine to begin with.
Oh, you made a pact, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
Has anyone told you you're fucking stupid?
Tell that to an 8-year. Well, hold on, out of game. I forget
16.
when it was.
16.
Oh yeah, it was 16. Tell that to a 16-year-old with nothing to lose. You'll see them laugh.
Yeah, well, I'll show that 16-year-old exactly who you are now, and I don't think they'll be laughing very much longer. You're stupid.
I don't know if I would have changed my decision.
Well, you've only got the future. I suppose. And she's gonna stand up, look down at you.
Look up at her like that one meme.
I'm. The one thing I always liked about you, never quite knew when to give up. Never stopped. Glad to see that hasn't changed.
Same. Sven nods briefly but doesn't say anything, letting the conversation kind of end.
Should just
Assuming other people pick up the conversation, or
and she'll just
so anyway.
give you one last pat on the shoulder and just say, "Oh, and no more party favors. That look isn't for me." Then she'll walk off.
Sure.
All right.
Yep, Vic would like to talk to Melly at some point, but it's not like doesn't need to be done right now.
Probably after like the war stories are done being told, it probably calms down somewhat, and this is maybe like an hour so-ish into it. Probably when Thaxius is having the conversation with Abigail and Atari is having the conversation with Sven. I would say Terse and Cyrus and Caroline are most likely still kind of chatting about probably local stuff that maybe you're not as like tuned into. I don't know what Fernix is doing at this point, but
Probably just be wallflowering over there.
the date that Caroline brought is mostly just kind of sitting at or leaning at the bar drinking. That leaves you and Melia. Melia, who has just finished like eating whatever it is, fancy people food. It's like you can never really tell what the hell it is. It's always good, but like it doesn't look like food half the time.
It shapes, colors,
Yeah.
identifiable.
Shapes and colors? That's Krugamesh's favorite.
He
Oh,
knows
he's
so
a-
many of them.
He's a marine.
Square, circle, red.
Mostly red, honestly.
Mostly.
red.
He sees a lot of red.
Yeah.
I know, big girl. I know, honey.
I guess it's odd seeing it served on like really kind of mundane like tableware and stuff because they got good catering, but they didn't bring out like fine china or anything like that. So putting
Stacked red solo cups.
yeah, it's like here, have this like $5,000 bottle of wine in your red solo cup.
You had like
Average
dust
college
and cobwebs on
student.
them because they've been sitting in the garage for 2 years.
Yeah. Adds flavor to the wine. Little
Yum
texture,
yum
too.
dust and engine grease.
Isn't that just wine already?
If you let it sit long enough, yes.
If you're
Uh,
if there's anything in your engine that looks like wine, you should probably be concerned.
yeah. That means there's gasoline going through there, and it shouldn't be doing that. Anywho,
Ah, good to know.
so
Yeah,
yeah,
so-
she peels away, kind of putting her stuff down. A lot of the food has already been eaten. At least
So
it does seem like she's having a good time at least.
I presume you'll probably be moving on for too long.
Moving on, not sure. There's a lot of good work that could be done here. But if not that, I've heard some rumors out of the north. I'll possibly go up to Bohenstadt and investigate rumors of shadowy creatures taking people from their homes. Something like that. I don't know.
We could do that too.
Don't look now, you're dangerously close to a smile.
Right. I'll try to hold it in.
think if you
Oh.
do that, it'll prolapse.
I don't like that word being used in this situation.
She just kind of points. I almost fucking got you.
Grimace is pretty close. I'll give you that one. In any case,
A grimace is pretty close. I'm sorry.
you're more than welcome to join us, but I don't imagine you're all that keen in getting sucked into more of this mess.
I'm not sure. I've kind of only gotten a bit of a taste as to what the hell is going on, and most of what I know of that has been learned secondhand through the hyena dog, or the guy with the big hat, or one of your friends.
Not a lot of fun, but kind of stuck with it at this point, I suppose.
Oh, I don't think we're ever really stuck with anything unless it's been cursed on us by the gods, and in which case, yeah, you are. I don't know, which god do you think is cursing this on you?
I don't know, but it's probably one that's trying to make itself, if I had to guess.
Well, there are a decent amount of them to pick from, and you always got the rulers of hell and demon lords to pick through too. Although my
So-
money's on Malik. A little too shadowy for him, but you never know.
Being thematically related at times. But, no. It's a mess. Okay.
And
Now-
it's a living.
Are you even doing this because it's something you want to do, or are you doing it out of some feeling of obligation? Isn't that a phrase I think I heard not too long ago here?
No, you must be mishearing. Didn't happen. I don't actually say that.
There's a difference between religious conviction and doing something because you feel you have to.
Yes, honestly, you're asking questions I'm trying to avoid asking myself.
And there's half your
I don't know.
problem. Remember the goddess we follow. Wanderers and explorers and freedom. Doesn't really jive with the I'm chained to this, does it? And if you're gonna do anything, you gotta make sure you're doing it for the right reasons. Or else you'll lose your mind.
You're right. I wouldn't say that I'm chained to this problem. It's just, I don't know. I've been set in my ways for years now. I don't think I could. I don't know if I could change.
Oh, that attitude
Although I
like
feel
that,
like
you
I'm-
sure as shit won't.
Well, it's not that I feel like I'm making the wrong choices. It's just, I don't know. I'm just tired, I suppose.
And if you were human, you'd
tired,
be less than
boss.
half my age. I don't think you get the right to be tired quite yet.
He just kind of smiles at that.
Gotcha, bitch.
Yes.
I fucking hate people who say that, by the way.
What, gotcha, bitch?
No. You're young, so therefore, how dare you be tired?
Gotta
I
ride
know
that
in this
ham.
circumstance. I know in this circumstance, fair, but like in real life, people are like, "Oh, you're in your 20s? why are you tired? And it's like, well, because we have to work horrible conditions to survive.
Yeah.
And you
Back
didn't.
in my day.
Rent what a flat for 50 cents that you got for sweeping the floor for 2 hours. Wow, that
Karen-
sounds fucking great.
Karen,
I
who
fucking
was-
wish.
Karen, who was a stay-at-home wife her whole life. Oh, why are you tired?
Oh, this room is so small. Too bad you could work for 2 fucking days and have it for a week.
Anywho.
Just trying to think which of the people in this room would be the one to go on the boomer rant. Just in character.
Ooh. You know, Fernix,
It
for
might be
weird
me.
reasons, is in the contending.
It might be me.
Fernix for like a couple things. I can also see Daxius doing it for other topics.
Yeah, but he's like I think like the youngest in the group, and he would just have no standing. He'd just be angry one day and be like, "Back in my day."
Mhm.
Fernix would be like magic casters these days.
These lazy assholes with their magic elevators.
Yeah. Just walk.
Or extra long driveways. Back in my day, we had to pave the extra long driveways by hand. Anyway. Yes, oh. I don't know. I feel like I'm making the right choices, even if part of me doesn't think that. But
Maybe that's part of the problem. Not that I'm saying that, hey, you shouldn't be doing this thing because, fuck you or something like that. More along the lines of, if you don't even know exactly why you're doing it, then how can anyone else? But then again, we all handle our own trauma in different ways. And who am I to speak?
I don't know. I'm not going to make any changes.
How long have I known you? 15
Yeah.
years? 20?
10 to 15. Something like that.
If in all that time, a miserable badger like me can't get you to change it all, I don't know what exactly is going to, but it's interesting because most people don't say that's consistent. Then again, most people kind of get punched in the face one day and then ask themselves the question of, why did I just get punched in the face? I was over here just enjoying a nice game of billiards.
I mean, not to get pedantic, but if we are talking about ages, I suppose that the 10 to 15 years for me is more like a couple of years for you. Comparatively.
Feels like it, yeah. So what I'm saying is, have
Yeah.
yourself a think one day. And I mean an actual one as opposed to the, let's go down the checklist of all the crap we have to pack up today. I can be meticulous too, but even I have my limits. Have you even drank anything tonight?
No. The last time I had anything more than a small drink, it wasn't a good part of my life.
12 people died.
Well, I guess you could always go the route of some clerics, and especially those who go on their fasts where you have to eat something because you came to a party that's being hosted by somebody who's generally considered to be pretty rude to not partake. Just put some ashes into it so it makes it miserable.
Mm. I hadn't heard about that one.
Oh, really? Well, not really practiced in our faith, but there's some people out there, especially Azarites, who like to do that kind of crap. Absolute bizarre nonsense, but, well, we all have our idiosyncrasies.
curious to see what some of those temples look like, the monasteries. Can't imagine it'd be a particularly pleasant experience.
Don't know.
Anyway.
Don't intend to find out. Never was the kind of person to end up in that kind of life.
Well, anyway, I'll think on what you said.
Jesus.
It's hard to know whether, if I do finally end up changing that problem, I'll end up disassembling any of the rest of the functionality that's still there.
Well, you're surrounded by a lot of people who actually give a shit about you, so try to avail yourself of those services. Or not. I can't tell you what to do. I'm your mentor, not a cop. She's the cop. Although not right now.
She's quite the performer, if you haven't seen her.
I've heard stories. Her and her, kitty toy.
Yes, we saw him at the last drop a few days back.
Some people have all the luck. Then again, I don't think I give a shit anymore.
Bigger
Anywho,
problem, I suppose. But yes, like I said, you're welcome to join us if you like, but I know you've got your own plans.
we'll see. Something tells me you'll probably tell me where you're going, and maybe I'll end up that way, maybe I won't. Kinda all depends. Things could be interesting, but you can't tell me why you're doing this. I really don't know why I would.
Point taken. Yeah. We'll be out near Fred's home at some point in the next few weeks. Yeah, particularly bored or inclined. Either way. It's good seeing you again. Been too long. He just kind of wanders off at some point.
Just kind of leaves it at that. Probably, a lot of things that I think if anyone else were to have said them, you would have gotten really, as a character, would have gotten very upset, but from her, it's like, yeah. Alright. Burnix, what are you up to?
Listening in on the conversation on the local stuff. Did want to find out more about it, but in case of a lot of things that would probably become relevant later.
Yeah. Alright.
But yeah, as far as party favors go, I was gonna take some of the spells on my list and make them into potions, and then we get to. I will tell them nothing there is harmful or unpleasant even this time, but can play a game where we just mix them around and you get one and you don't know what it does and you take it.
Mm-hmm. Alright. How does that go?
And you're not
Well-
going to invite Daxius to this game? That
Sit-
sounds like a Daxius game.
Okay, get in on this. What I got like 8 uses of my features, so yeah, I just will get some water and some vials and shake them up. And how many people want in on the roulette? I unfortunately
I'll do it.
The name that I know this game by was from a LARP where this was a race, the gypsy race, and so this was gypsy roulette, but obviously my character nor me or anyone should be calling it that, so I guess it'll be It'll be Kobold Roulette. There you go.
I like the sound of this game.
All right. So how many of them went in?
I'll do it.
Yeah.
3 people. Does Natari play?
Fuck yeah.
4 people. And then probably Cyrus and Terse. And probably Caroline's date.
Nice.
So,
Okay.
7.
7 total plus me would be 8, and that's exactly how many uses of that I have. So
Hell yeah.
bottom it out. 8 minutes later, get like a we'll get like a lazy Susan or something, or even just assign lots. And so, yep.
Just take one randomly.
Spin around all the... Okay. I guess roll an 8-sider.
Is that good or is that bad?
Let's see. I gotta go a ways down.
We all take it at the same time, and then you tell us what happens to all of us.
Well, do one at a time would be a little bit easier. Do you have anything made out of stone on you or near you?
Do I? Made out of stone? I don't think so.
Ah, okay. And yeah, there's a brief sort of flash of light, and nothing happens. Because that was stone shape. I was gonna make you a chair.
I have a flint and steel.
Oh. Then I guess that the flint is now shaped like a tiny chair.
The fuck?
Oh.
Which way?
Kind of great.
I was just about to light a cigarette. What the fuck did you do? Was that the drink?
Yeah.
Hold on, you were lighting
I'm
a
too
cigarette
drunk
with
for this.
flint and steel?
I have been using a flint and steel this whole campaign.
He has, yeah.
So you're shooting sparks into your face constantly.
Yeah.
That's why Daxius doesn't have any facial hair or eyebrows.
Yep.
It's had little
Exactly.
burn marks all over his face like he's a
His-
welder with no
His nose is
mask.
completely black. He's got no eyelashes.
Just covered in soot.
It's like, I don't know if you've seen how many sparks come from a flint and steel, but that's not.
Don't really have a lot of other. I don't have a lighter.
You could have. I'm pretty sure matches exist in some form,
They do.
Yeah,
and
they
they.
absolutely do.
Well, I've been poor for a while and I just got used to it. So, it's just what I do.
You also probably have a cantrip that can make you fire. I think prestidigitation does that.
Oh, I
No,
don't. Is that precipitation or is that thaumaturgy?
Prestidigitation.
Yes.
If you complain about
No,
that,
prestidigitation doesn't light stuff.
It can warm it. It can heat it, but I'm assuming not to the point that it combusts.
that would just be that would be spark.
Oh, well,
Yeah.
yeah, I don't have spark. I thought about getting spark specifically for cigarettes, but then I thought better of it. Got other
We'll
other
see.
cantrips. Real.
Yeah. All right. Well, who's next?
I'll do it.
D7.
Oh, wait. Slash R1D7. Is that
Oh.
good?
Handy. What you? Yep. There's a little sort of like circle of silvery light that erupts just around you. Oh, this wants me to stick this on the map.
And
Very
I
well.
do a spellcraft check?
Yes.
Hey.
And I think it's. Well, it's got the DC on there.
Suddenly, the bartender, who is secretly a demon, gets pushed away from you.
Yep, it's DCE 18. So you make it on a 1. Magic circle against evil.
Oh, hell yeah. I look around, peering at my surroundings. Great, does anyone leave?
No.
No evil here, then. Sven gets a little obnoxious. He looks around, he's like, yes, circle of protection of evil. A classic one. You can tell by its white circular aura.
You can tell by the
Very
way that it
astute.
is.
You can tell by the way that it is.
That do be how it do.
All right.
Sweet. Well, on down the line.
1 for Terse.
D6. Reopen my sheet. Ah, easy. Shimmering, kind of bluish force field.
Mage armor.
Well,
Of a sort.
the divine version.
Ah. Faithful mage armor.
All right, yeah, he's definitely closer to drunk than he is sober, and and sees it go off and kind of laughs. I guess Cyrus will be next.
Right, it's still on here. Well, I guess I'm gonna need a will save from him. You got the booby prize. Cannot communicate for 1 round if he fails. Yeah, able to resist it.
I think the feeling is definitely there, and it kind of like snaps after a second. He's like, "Oh fuck!" Get that turn my
Not to
stomach a
worry.
little bit. Ugh.
This is the most basic one. Only about 6 seconds or so.
All right. Natari?
D5, I guess?
Oops. Well, that'll be for. Screw it. Natari gets that one. Why not?
Sure.
Because it's true. I'm down to what? That's true. So he would have had the D5, so that's definitely still me just counting down. Ah. She floats a little bit up into the air.
No. Just. Do I have to make a fly check?
If she doesn't have a rank in fly, this is
She does not.
trying to move with levitate, basically.
I think she's gonna kind of panic at first and try and move around.
Yeah, reduces her speed by 10 feet.
Is that all that does?
If you don't have 1 rank in fly, if you have 1 rank, it's not reduced while using this spell, and you can cross over liquid at half speed.
Okay.
And then 5 is even better. Like,
She's just going to realize she's kind of floating off her chair, and she's like, "What the fuck?" and stand up, take it in. Holy
There you go.
shit! You got another one of those?
I wish. Actually, not sure how I put that in there.
I'm gonna be back. How long do I have with this?
It should be for like a minute or so.
Oh shit! I'll be back. And she just is gonna go run off and just do some shenanigans with the airwalk.
I look concerned because I'm like, it's definitely not the right kind of spell. I messed up, but it's too late now.
Alright, I think the catfolk is the only one that's left, so next one is a 1.
Yep. and that, of course, is a positive as well. So I'm guessing it's a bunch of like bands of light that erupt out of him because he's not actually bound, grappled, or otherwise restrained.
Either way, it goes out, and he gives kind of like a almost like a barking chirp as it goes, and then like laughs pretty loudly. It just leaves you.
Yep, I get the last one, so that
Inflict critical wounds.
Roll a 1d1. First, please
Oh.
roll.
well, by on my D1. Yep. Oh. No, I guess that makes sense too. And there's only one effect that I think should be on me, although it keeps. I was like, it's wiped my active effects the last few times that we restarted. So, yep, arm just disappears, and I'm like, this dispel magic.
All right.
And that's all of them.
Oof.
Well, fuck
Right.
dispel
We
magic,
should
Judy.
do this again sometime. That was fucking great.
It was alright. If these didn't really do anything.
Hey, you should mix in some like inflict light wounds, some like ray of sickness, you know, some
I don't want anyone to think I'm going
banish.
to jump them.
Hey, just add a little bit of spice to it.
Oh, sure.
Well, it's just like, you know, us. Not amongst like strangers, you know. You don't want to piss them off.
Exactly. If it's a curse, I would rather be able to remove it, you know.
Oh, that's a good one. Yeah, yeah. Inflict a curse on me next time. That'd be pretty funny. I mean, don't,
Mhm.
but like put it in one of the glasses. That'd be fun.
You
Just
know,
smiles.
as a
Yeah.
funny one, I do have the gayest spell.
The gayest?
The gay ass spell.
I have the gay ass spell.
I think I've had that one for a while now.
I've been inflicted with it before. It's all right.
Everyone turns to Daxius. No, not that one.
Oh.
We're not supposed to talk
Right.
about that in polite company.
I'm not familiar with the spell, truthfully. If it takes a while to be cast, then it might be a little difficult to pull off, but I'm sure we could figure something out.
At this point, Natari's gonna run back to her seat,
Only
and
about-
sit down.
Only
Oh.
about the rounds, whatever that means.
Oh, that's not long at all. Just a round of drinks, you know.
Yeah, about how long it would take to drink a round of drinks.
Well,
I could do that in
room
6
to drink
seconds.
around, right? I'm still not sure why they use that as the unit of measurement, but
Gaius Lesser would not function on anyone in this room except for maybe Natari.
Mm,
well, it's not for us.
oh yeah, it would only work on.
You would
Why
have
is
to
that?
summon something. It's 7 or fewer hit dice.
Ah.
Natari's the only one with 7 or less.
Oh, what a coincidence! It seems that Lesser Planar Ally also lets me summon things with 6 or fewer hit dice. Arguing with me, or he's gonna make you wish you had.
Just bully planar creatures, summon them, put gas on them for something that's fucked up.
I know you wanted 1,000 gold, but discount, or
Yeah,
Or
dude.
we're going to command you to let Etor chew on you for the next 3 hours.
that's
Lesser,
right.
Lesser Gaius, you have to provide your services for free for the next week.
Ways
Yeah.
to make enemies across the plains.
Yeah.
Hmm. All right. So, I guess the evening goes relatively well, all things considered. Everyone's having a decent amount of fun, even some people who are usually less than fun magnets. Um,
Yeah. And Tara's just like, I get why Dax just digs you guys now. Yeah, this was pretty fun.
Digs us? Oh.
Yeah.
Right.
Like, he's into you guys. Like, just like chill with you guys.
He's into
You're
us?
the homies.
I
I
feel
mean,
as
I don't
though-
know. Ask him. I'm not a fucking mind reader.
Are you trying to say that he's attracted to me?
I don't fucking know. I don't ask him about that kind of stuff, man.
I don't think you're reading the situation very well.
He was talking about his gay ass earlier, so I don't know. It's hard to tell.
Oh no. we have to let him down with the bad news.
it's
I'm sorry. What situation am I not reading, Ferdix?
He's just like a working companion. It's not.
Oh my
It's
god.
purely platonic.
Oh my god, Fernix. Don't tell me. Don't tell me. I already know. I'll hook you
I
up.
know
Don't worry.
what?
I'll hook you
Better
up.
not.
Don't worry.
Stay out of it. I will curse you.
Is that a threat or a promise?
I will curse you if you do anything like that.
You'll be cursed to be the person in the party who starts every single encounter by running his face into stuff.
I will make you walk backwards through every single door you ever encounter until someone removes it.
That's a pretty fucked up curse. All right.
Right?
Is it?
All right. Fine. I'll hold my. I'll bite my tongue.
It's a very
now.
annoying curse to have to actually act out in real life.
I can imagine. It sounds inconvenient.
Yes.
All right. Well, I'll keep quiet for now. But I know.
Mm. Looks absolutely like, God damn it.
How to make enemies and influence people to hate you. The fun new
Alright,
musical coming fall 2025.
The musical.
All right. Doesn't go on for too long, but the food is eaten and the drink is drank, and eventually the party is partied out. Definitely not a raging college students party, but close enough.
Just perchance, was William invited to this? I don't imagine he was. I didn't set any of the invitations. I went from Ludendorff Palace right to here. I forgot this was happening. Daxus forgot this was happening.
Well, this is sort of a retroactive kind of thing.
Fair. Then
Some-
sure, I guess I would have extended an invitation.
I want to say that he does come is dressed like almost in a monkey suit because he has no idea how to dress or something like this, and mostly stands up to the side going, "What the fuck am I doing here?" Mostly the whole time.
I'll just like eventually stroll up to him. And I am oh shit, wait, I'm in Dax's farm. I'm in the farm that I beat him up with.
Yeah.
I'll saddle up beside him anyway.
I want to say that, like, he spent more time probably talking to Caroline's date, who has kind of treated the party, well, at least you guys, mostly the same, and is kind of, like, having fun with him, even though the guy, like, barely reacts to anything.
William doesn't barely react, or the...
Him,
Catholic.
yeah, William doesn't really react to
Okay.
Caroline's date kind of jibing at him as he, throughout the night.
I'll just walk up, be like, hey, ease up on the guy, alright? He's been through a lot.
Not to tell me he's kind of fun to screw around with. Thought I was the awkward one out, man.
Well, I think you've had enough fun for now. I need a moment alone with him. Thank you.
Alright. Go bother my girl. Just kind of steps away from the wall and wanders out towards Caroline.
Roll my eyes. Sit beside him. Remember me?
When I was being punched in the face, yeah?
Lots happened since then.
Understatement of the century?
Don't I know it? So, our mutual contact says you'll be leaving soon.
Alright. Gonna make some tracks. Make sure I basically vanish off everyone's map. Done with this town.
I would be too in your shoes. I was here for too long as it was.
You know, considering Barvasi's probably dead. Most of the mates have vanished into the winds. Half the neighborhood's gone up in smoke, and the other half is trying to be lived in by the people who survived. Yeah.
Well, at least there is some sliver of good mixed in amongst all the shit and refuse.
Oh, that's one way to look at it.
Silver linings, I suppose.
It's the life of most people that grew up poor here. Silver linings. Sometimes you just make them up.
Can I tell you a secret?
I have no idea.
I don't think you're a stupid man. I've been... This is, not really me.
You don't say.
I think you figured it out by now.
Considering your voice doesn't change from one to the other. Generally speaking, when you
Listen.
wear a disguise, you have to change your voice too. People
Yeah,
remember
well,
that
not-
thing.
I'm just not used to being in the other form. Easier to parade around as a human.
Oh, why? We're just real special lots. We are.
Listen, I fucked up. And I'm not gonna say sorry because I know that's not gonna fucking solve anything. But I wasn't in the right headspace when that happened, so I guess sorry is what I'm trying to say.
Well, I feel like most other people in your position would have just gone stab, stab, stab and never thought about it twice.
Not too long ago, I still would have done that. Things change, though.
Most of the blokes I ran with probably would have done the same thing.
Wanted to get some air.
Well, considering
Just
most
for a
of the
moment.
booze is all drank, and I think they just got through playing some game, drinking potions and shit.
Oh, it was great.
He necks the rest of the wine that's in the glass he has and just leaves it on the seat beside him, empty.
All right. I'll step outside. Not like too far, just like step outside, walk a few steps, so like we're still in front of the building, but leaned up against like this, like the side, the wall
Mm-hmm.
near the corner. Just cross my arms, lean against it. If you want to leave as soon as possible, I can arrange for a ship or some smuggler or whatever you're most comfortable with. But I'd be remiss not to offer. I like you, and you're useful, resourceful, you know the city well. I have a group I run with. We were rough and tumble for a while. Did a lot of shitty things, robbed people, especially nobles. But I want to do something more. I want to help people. The little guys, not just every Joe, Anne, and Mary. Not some nobles. I want to help the little guys like us that have been having to do what they can to survive. God knows they need the help. And no one else is fucking helping them. We did some good work. We helped some people who really needed it. Gave them a new start. I was hoping you might be interested in a little more of that.
Is it pay?
Yeah.
Give me a diplomacy.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I think it goes over relatively well. I'm inclined to, but maybe I'll think about it for a bit just to make sure.
You don't have to answer me right away, but I am leaving in the morrow, most likely. Let me know.
Well, I'll stay in the city. Probably stay here one last night, but I'll be going probably back to my mum's.
Where's that? Close? Far?
I don't know. I'll give you 3 guesses.
Felwick.
Sorry, say again?
Felwick. It's a town on the map out on the edge of Little Brook on the other side of the river.
Okay, yeah. Close enough. Mostly grew up in South Shore.
South Shore. Where is South Shore?
Here in Lunenbrook.
Going back.
Oh, okay. Back to the city map. Oh. So within the city still. Oh.
Kind of, yeah, in the newest part of the city. Like, well, not even newest, but outside of its ancestral walls.
Okay. Wow. It's always good to say hi to family while you still can. While they're still around. Visit her often. Whether you say yes or no. But if you do say yes, I might have some additional work for you within the city still. Of course, I can make sure that you're not in danger. You'll likely be staying here still. It's probably the most secure place you could be within the city, to be honest.
Well, as long as the god isn't, poking around and something tells me I don't have to worry about the cult no more since they are, dead. And Barvasi's people, they're all gone too.
You'll have complete autonomy of yourself. In fact, if you were to stay, I'd like to put you in charge of some things I want to do in the city while I'm gone.
Alright. Like what?
Helping some more people. Making sure things at Bridgefront don't get worse again. And keeping an eye out on some people of mine that should be arriving within the next month. 14 days, roughly.
Alright. Fuck it. Yeah, I might as well. He kind of describes, like, where his ma lives, and there's, like, no real street names. It's more or less go to this area and then take a right here, and it's, like, the 3rd house down and on the 2nd floor, like that kind of shit.
Alright.
I think I'll go home to my mum.
After a night like tonight, and a week like this. But before you go, I'm just gonna take out some coins, count them out, and then platinum. I'm just gonna palm him some 200 gold pieces worth of platinum.
Yeah, that's probably
just-
more money than he has seen in his entire life. At least,
Yeah,
I mean,
Jesus Christ.
had. Yeah, at least
100
had.
100 for you and your ma. Make sure you guys stay safe. Another 100 for operations within the city.
Holy fucking shit. Oleander be praised. Me mum will have a heart attack.
Don't spend it all in one place, please.
No, think we can.
Oh, always the adventurer trope of walking into some random town in the bumfuck middle of nowhere, tipping the bartender 200 gold and just obliterating the town's economy.
Literally, my name is
Yeah.
Mansa Musa. I'm going to ruin every economy between here and fucking Saudi Arabia on my hide.
Which is annoying because I'm also considering paying 6,000 to 12,000 gold for a single pair of shoes.
Hey,
It's
if all
it's a fun dichotomy.
yeah,
Yeah.
if all the economies are broken, none of the economies are broken. You know.
That's right.
Exactly.
Price of
Very-
shit and
very-
Asphodel's kind of being miserable. I'm like, how much should shit be worth? I don't fucking know, man.
The economy in any of these systems is just so broken.
Oh, we're not even going to talk about 5e. Magic items don't even have prices.
Oh, yeah, no.
Maybe
Ryan
Right.
doesn't even bother. He just gives us, like, tickets saying, choose an item from this specific list. That's straight up, I swear to God, that's what he does. And
That's
honestly,
actually interesting.
it's
Yeah.
an improvement, honestly.
basically what the books do, because they don't give it prices. They just have ranges for
Yeah.
like massive collections of items
Yeah.
Yeah.
based on their completely arbitrary rarity system.
Yeah.
It's awful.
Why the
They
fuck
just
is
want you to
Asian
roll
meat?
on a table.
Why
And
the fuck
you
is
add,
a
like-
+3 armor the same value as a +1 armor?
That's right. Somehow.
Especially in a system where bounded accuracy completely fucks with any sort of plus whatever bonuses.
Yeah.
All right.
Anyway, we don't need to talk about that.
Well, TTRPG bitching, yay. All right. Hands are shaken and heels are clicked, and he is down the street.
Right. I'll head back inside.
All right. And I think with everyone's stuff kind of mostly, at least for the party, this is probably where we're going to take our break for a bit.
Silly.
Bring us back in
All right.
15 minutes, so at about 8:30ish, 8:25, somewhere around there, we'll be back, do a couple more chores, and something tells me we're going to be on the road.
Yep.
All right, so see us then.
See you then.
All right. Welcome back, everybody. And it was a bit of a longer break, but that's fine. There's always some technical problems, but hey, what's a week on the internet without that? It's not a real week. Anywho, you have just seen William off. As time goes on, Abigail leaves as well. Melia makes her way out. Definitely probably tipsier than she is accustomed to, but still remaining upright. Caroline and her date end up leaving not too long after that. Seems that they both have their own performances to go to. What is everybody else doing?
Or
Oh, we're
just
playing D&D. Huh. It's been so long.
Are we progressing?
Yep. Just gave a description that Abigail's gone. You just saw William off. Melia is leaving, kind of buzzed. Caroline and her date are leaving. It seems that they have their own performances to go to, and that leaves the rest of you here. What are you guys doing now that the party is coming to a close?
Luke's probably gonna
Bed.
do another double check on the Bardo, make sure everything's packed and in a place where we can finish up with all of our shopping tomorrow without
Alright.
too much of an issue.
Axios Phoenix? Hello?
Yeah, unless Fernix says something, I do have one thing.
Seems you got it.
All right. I'm gonna find Natari. This is the last thing I want to do.
Yeah, she's as the party is dissipating, she's like finishing what drink there is left. Thankfully, there isn't an overly large amount, so that doesn't leave her tumble down drunk. But she finishes up and kind of wanders towards the door, probably about the time that you're coming back up the stairs. She kind of gives you a look of like, "Oh, there you are. So you went outside to tumble over and die."
Not quite yet. Although I know you're waiting for the day.
Real funny. Fuck you.
Oh, fuck you too. You want a drink? One last drink for the night?
Yeah, I could probably get it in me.
I think I could do. We're gonna meander over to the bar, eventually sit down. Something strong for me.
The bartender kind of basically doesn't even really ask you and grabs like the nearest bottle of fucking rot gut to pour and just puts the highballs down.
Oh.
And there we go.
I'm the
Alright.
DM now.
We will be back.
Yep.
All right. Well, we love it when the internet works.
Technology.
So yes, you have
Technology.
the booze poured for you. Take it away.
Just have some idle chatter for like a minute before eventually cutting to the chase. And you know, I was convinced for a while after meeting the gate crashers that there was something bigger going on, and we were connected to something larger than any one of us as individuals could ever fathom. You always called me, yeah. Yeah. You know what's funny?
Watching a small child fall downstairs.
It is pretty funny. You get to watch that every day with me. No, what's funny is that I was kind of right, but not really.
Okay.
I don't think I realized it until it was explained to me, but I think you realized it.
This shit's
I've
weird,
been-
yo.
No, I've been winging it this whole time.
Well, yeah. That's like your whole thing.
I didn't. I mean,
Wait, I'm sorry. Were you not doing that on purpose? Oh shit,
Not
was I supposed
entirely.
to say something?
nah, I didn't expect you to, no.
Oh, okay, good.
No, just you think you have life figured out. You think you're doing something, and it's because, and you're succeeding because you're actually like competent, you're useful, you're a leader, you're, all of that. But no, me and the gate crashers just been fumbling around and just stumbling our way into success. By all accounts, we should be dead.
I don't know if that's true. We've spent so much time planning shit.
That's true.
And what's the complaint?
No complaint, just talking and getting to a point that we're only going deeper into the shit from here on out. We are going directly into enemy territory next.
Okay.
Okay? That's all you have to say to that? Notori, I know you. I know you wouldn't be here for a fucking Why are you still here? I'm running headfirst into danger.
Because
Why are
the
you
money's
still
good,
here?
and also I still like Sven.
Eh,
Even if
fair
I
enough.
could probably pick him up and throw him.
Well, at least now.
At least it's honest. They have the fucking people we goddamn meet hide behind masks, man. Even you do. Fuck, even I do sometimes, depending on how miserable I am that day.
Yeah. Fair enough.
You wanna know why I fucking stick around? Because it's kind of nice to take the mask off sometimes. Because, like, as fun as it is to, like, run around and, like, piss people off, man, like, eventually you have to do something different. It's like eating the same meal every day. Eventually you're gonna see it and it's gonna make you sick. Right?
Well, that we can agree on.
So, like, why the fuck do I want to continue going on the way things are? Especially when you get to take off your mask. Why does it have to just be you, man?
I think I'm worried about you guys. I'm worried that if I take you with me, that you're all gonna die.
Oh, like, yeah, no, them two, probably. Myself, also probably, but I'll last longer. Like, wait, are you saying that you're gonna leave us here?
No, I will never force that upon anyone, and I will never force anyone to stay either. But I'm simply telling you that if you want an out, if any of you want an out, it's now or it's never.
I mean, for Priona and them, sure. They don't. I feel like they don't have the same skin in the game, man. I mean, hell, fuck that guy that like Sven carts around with. I feel like he'd be better used like running some scheme for us, man.
Oh, probably, but I can already hear Victalion. Well, not just more. No, I don't even hear Victalion. I can just see his stare already. That's enough. Nah, the gate crashers wouldn't approve of anything like that.
Not even just that. I mean, like, just because you have skills that you make good doing scheming, but I've seen that guy gamble. Holy shit, is he a good gambler? I've seen pirates that are worse gamblers than him.
Well,
I mean,
could be a skill that comes in handy.
I don't know what the laws are. You think we just set up as a casino or something?
Ooh.
Fuck, maybe once we settle down, yeah. Doesn't actually sound like a bad idea. As long as we can get him in on it.
Either that or... I know you guys don't hang around with him a lot, but I've heard more of his fucking sailor stories than I, like, care to know. And he has done some shit. Like, he has done some shit.
Okay. Yeah.
Like, we could straight up get him to run, like, a shipping company and we'd probably just be as successful. And don't tell me about a gamble. Did I mention how good of a gambler he is?
You did mention how good of a gambler he is. I like where your head's at. However, this is far
shit.
too long.
I'm that drunk.
Yeah, I
I'm
think
that drunk, I came around and I'm sober again.
I'm trying to get there.
Oh, Leander, above. Oh.
Nah, you'll be fine.
In the name of the oh god, I fucking hope so.
I've seen you go through worse. Trust me, 10 minutes from now, you'll be back like the bottle again. I know you.
Possibly, but also fuck you.
Fuck you too.
So what was the point of this conversation again?
Point is, I wanted to make sure you were still on board, and I want you to talk to the others.
I can already tell you that they're probably not gonna want to. I'm sorry, you running your mouth about going into the fucking Underdark? Hell no, they're not gonna do that, and I don't blame them.
I'm not bringing them to the Underdark. I'm bringing.
I know they die.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a suicide run for them. But there is a town nearby, and I'm hoping maybe there might be some information in the town. Could be a one-man job. Could be just you and me.
All right.
What do you think, though? Do you think it's worth bringing them?
If you're gonna have them do something like pretty safe, probably. It'll probably be fine. Give Lugo and the four-legged cat something to do.
Fair enough. I'm thinking I keep one here. There's another, actually. The guy I talked to, William. He runs with us now. At least for the time being.
Okay.
He's going to be staying here looking over things in the city. I'm thinking maybe he's positioning one more person with him.
Alright. Guess it's
And
something.
then, yeah. And then the others we left, I sent a letter to them. They should be arriving within roughly 2 weeks.
Okay. Okay.
I'm thinking we bring either we should bring Othis, I think. I don't know whether to leave Priona or Atlas.
Probably Atlas, considering he doesn't really talk much. At least here he'd be with somebody who can actually do that.
Alright then. Atlas will stay then.
When the fuck did I become management?
You know I could never do this on my own.
Yeah.
I'm I'm terrified, Natari.
Yeah.
Whatever happens, I know I've said it before, but since we're going to the Underdark, I feel I must emphasize. You make it out alive, okay? Whatever it takes.
I want to say that she hasn't drank from the highball that she was given. Yeah, that's easier said than done most of the time.
I
And
know,
like,
but- yeah.
I don't know, man.
I don't know either. I just... There was always a plan. There was always an idea. It never works out that way.
Yeah.
I'm thinking we just do what we do best and improvise. And kick some ass. Otherwise, what is there other than the grave?
What's the end goal?
Survive?
I mean, yes, but that's not what I asked, and you know that. Whatever.
Natari, as of right now, the end goal is to survive because I don't know if I'm gonna. I don't know what's going to happen. But, in the off chance that we all make it through this in one piece, maybe I pop back home.
And?
I always imagine myself going back there and just rocking the town. Maybe it might be easier to do that from the inside. I don't know. I haven't really.
I mean, probably.
I've been trying not to think about that, honestly.
Yeah.
But if we deal with this shit, I can probably deal with that shit.
Yeah. Probably. Alright.
Well, I think I've talked to your off for long enough.
Does Sven still
You,
like me? 'Cause he hasn't talked to me in like 2 days.
I never thought you the type to have a crush. I think Sven still likes you. And if that's a concern of yours, ask him yourself.
I think it's more along the lines of just, after all of this shit, at least there's some amount of normality. Like,
Yeah.
don't get me wrong, I don't want to play house. But, like, after you've done a certain amount of shit, man, you get to the point where it's like, I don't know. At least something's familiar. And it's like, for as long as we've been doing this shit, and it's cute, it really is, all this crap that we've been doing for all this time, it does get tiring. Especially when things have gotten weird. And don't tell me this isn't weird.
Oh, it's super fucking weird. Oh, you have no clue. You only know the half of it.
I went into the dream realm too, ass.
Yeah, you only know the half of it. I'm telling you, this goes deep.
Yeah, whatever. Alright.
Maybe I can fill in. Look, if maybe we can wait a few years before I head back home. Maybe we can sit down somewhere, have a break.
The way things have gone, it doesn't seem like we'll be making any of those decisions. They'll just be made for us.
Well, if that's a problem for you, ask me, and we can leave.
Yeah, I'll think about it.
All right. Well, to a hopefully less shit future. Here.
Yeah.
And for crying out loud, talk to Sven.
All right. So, do you stay down there, or do you end up returning upstairs?
I think I'll return. I'll return upstairs. I think that's it.
Okay. All right. Meanwhile, Fernix, you remain upstairs in the converted office that was used for the party.
Yeah. I'll guess I probably have something in terms of like what Terz was going over, and bring it around to be like, well, we do have something in the same vein. It's definitely not as though someone's died, but it's kind of in the same general, sort of explain that, in broad strokes, what happened as far as Sven was going to be bringing up, and I'll mention that, did clear the gauntlet. He doesn't have use for his armor anymore, and it is kind of
Yeah.
a big sell that would do him some good if he could get paid a decent chunk for that.
I guess I could probably offload that somewhere. If not, there would be places here that possibly could put something like that up. Probably make it a little more valuable if somebody threw in something, even if it was just a token of some kind.
Oh, sure. And maybe have him do an autograph. I don't suppose that would look all that different, but again, it's I really shouldn't assume such things.
The Protean stole my signature.
Made your hand all warped and weird. Oh no.
Yeah, I guess talk to the others and maybe we can get something together to make an actual display out of it. Ah, fuck, that's something I probably should have done with... Well, I guess we do have our own banner, but doesn't feel the same.
Yeah.
Especially with Alabaster and Delisar being in town for now.
Do you not want to run into them?
No, it's not that. It's more along the lines of it's just strange a lot of this shit has happened when, like, all the same people are back in, well, most of the same people are back in the town all at the same time. There's a certain amount of, like, strange luck that I'm willing to put up with, and then before it becomes weird, unusual.
Yeah. It's been almost kind of a constant, and I think I've just kind of gotten used to it, but it is always like I have to have my head on a swivel.
One decent thing about having taken this job, at least it's given me the opportunity to exist without expecting a knife to come at my back constantly.
It does seem like it's sorry.
Just politically speaking, that still happens.
It's definitely good to have someone to watch your back if you are going to be a nail that sticks out. And it does seem like an honest business anyway.
I would warn against going into the Underdark, but something tells me it's not going to matter.
If we had a different choice.
This
It's
is what it is.
a lot of things I'm trying to remember about what I've been told. It's not as though I have spent an inordinate amount of time skulking about in caves myself.
Mm. Well, as long as you come out on the other side, that's really all that matters.
I know that we will.
Mm.
I had hoped for a very long time to be able to lend my talents to at least some sort of group like this, and I always heard about the ones having members die or fall apart, and it hasn't happened. And I've let myself become more hopeful.
Then count your blessings, because when I lost my arm up in the north, half of that happened because we got sold out by people in our own caravan. Sure,
not
the
as-
dangerous shit that Arthur and Delisar did really didn't fucking help, but at this point, it probably doesn't even matter. Most of them are dead, and we survived by the skin of our teeth.
It's all you can do sometimes.
At least most people had the sense to return to their old lives, whether it was going back into the dwarven cities or Tragan, who went back out into the wilderness and probably never to be seen again. Oh well.
Well, it does seem like even if perhaps it's more along the lines of we're interested in seeing where certain paths take us, I do feel as though we have some sort of unified purpose, even if it's not stated. And as I've grown to question my faith in Veus, I realize that I can put it into them instead.
Well, as long as you know you're doing something that you actually want to do and you're doing it for the right reasons, that's all that really matters. Well, that and not dying and getting paid generally helps too.
Yes. Well, they've grown far more than I expected, and it's not as though I put a lot of. It's not as though a lot of it is due to me, but I'm glad that I was able to make sure that everything turned out okay in my own way.
Everybody
And,
always changes at least a little on the way. And those that don't, well, it's sort of like diamond. Sure, it's very, very scratch resistant. Put enough pressure on it, though, and it crumbles.
And people are much more fragile, typically.
Usually. Eh, actually less so. Some people have the ability to bend. Just go with it.
Hmm.
Those that don't are the ones that end up fucked up or dead. You either adapt or you die.
Well, I can at least say that we're all somewhat adaptable.
Something tells me you'll need more of it as time goes on. Eh.
You're telling me. I'm trying not to let my mind start spinning onto tangential possible magic that may exist. Considering that, well, another full-on half of me thinks maybe it's something that I shouldn't be looking into so deeply. Maybe I should be content with some of the issues, but there are certain things I wasn't comfortable with, and certain realities one has to face. One does have to be able to pull one's own weight, after all, and it's not as though we're going for a walk in the park.
Right.
But yeah, I can at least say that this time, I'm not as worried. Even though I know that the enemy that we're facing is much more cunning and lethal. I feel as though perhaps in some way we've gotten more accustomed to this sort of thing.
Mm-hmm. Well, the only advice I can offer is try not to engage with them as much as you can, even if it's a fight you think you can win easily. I've learned that the drow are kind of like mice or rats. You might see a few, but there's a lot more of them around.
They can fight for much larger creatures than they are when they're cornered.
And the drow can be frightening when they want to be, which is usually often.
We do need to exercise caution.
By the gods, though, coming into the city and blowing up a portion of a perhaps probably one of the most powerful nobles in the Empire in his mansion. The balls.
Yeah. I'm hoping that it means that they have overextended themselves.
Well, considering the way the Onyx Guard has reacted up at the palace, seems so. Anything like that happens again, I wouldn't be shocked if the Chancellor talked the Prince into mustering the troops and sending them down into the ground to enact revenge.
Well,
You know, I was thinking about that, us, like, doing revenge, or maybe getting hired for it.
I was like, yeah.
Would you like
All
to do a
for
shitload of
revenge.
mass combat? No? Then you don't want that.
Well, I guess I don't know exactly how the Drow do things. I assume if any one of them fails enough times, then it's make
Curtains.
a line motion across my neck.
Yeah. It's curtains.
They did happen to string up that one, but the way that they did it was more to send a message, and I can't help but feel that maybe it was because that one made a mistake. Of course,
Maybe.
it's not as though I'm certain, but if that possibility is so, then they may be off kilter, and we may have an opportunity.
Well, knowledge is
mhm.
power, and the more you have means the more you have over them.
Speaking of which, how long has it been for the potion, by the way?
I think I've got about another 2 to 3 hours on this one. I didn't drink it until midway through the day.
Ah, well, I'm glad it lasted. It was from yesterday, so the inconsistencies in my own abilities continue to fascinate me.
Yeah, well,
There was one of those potions earlier that should not have been able to be in there, but oh well. I pull the extend rod, and I'm like, I've got another cast in me. Should last you until tomorrow.
yeah, I'll take that.
Boom. And it's done.
Alright.
Unfortunately, I don't really have a way to do that while I'm not here, but it's not as though you needed me anyway before.
No, Cathar does made good on what she is able to make. Wasn't cheap, but it was enough.
How much wasn't cheap?
Each of the limbs was about 25,000, and that was because they were quote-unquote prototypes.
Ouch.
Well, raiding a demon-strewn city and robbing a part of House of Daragon definitely paid its way to fixing what they took. And as dangerous as House of Daragon was, they were mages and archivists, enchanters. House of Scar, they're spies, saboteurs, diviners, and poisoners, and information brokers. They're more dangerous still.
Mhm.
They were here in this city, it's because they already know something. And I don't need this fucking eye to tell me that.
Right. I suppose it's safe enough information with you. But they were looking for something that would make that void crystal function.
Function to do what?
That's the question we were trying to find out.
Well, it didn't work. The crystal seemed like it wasn't very, whole.
No, it may look like a normal cut, but it's actually quite weak compared to the others from what I'm sensing anyhow.
Well, considering that when we got it back here into the light, there was a nice sizable scar down inside it. Tells me something split. It couldn't stand whatever happened to it, and it just cracked.
I hope that that's a good thing.
I have no idea.
Well, we'll both have to be ignorant in the same fashion then, I guess. But I'll ensure that any information makes its way back before we do, ideally. As long as it's safely distributed. Don't want them coming around here and deciding that they need to silence a potential information leak.
Always something different. Always something new.
Yeah. It's going to be tricky. And we also have to make sure that we're not away from the caravan for too long, so should be at least quick. If you don't mind my asking, how were you able to get out?
By killing the right people, and by taking risks. Trying to seal a passageway behind me and not making the jump all the way. So,
Well,
falling rocks took my leg. But I got away.
I'm glad you did.
So am I. Although something tells me the head of House of Daragon would probably disagree. Then again, not because she feared anything like retribution for me. Powerful hags? You don't fuck with them.
Nope.
Even the drowned know not to fuck with hags. Especially if they might even remotely be related to the Baba Yaga. That name is a threat.
Perhaps I'll tell her that she sent us if we happen to meet. Might give us a second to get away.
I think we'd win against the Baba Yaga.
Oh, please pick that fight.
I think we have a chance.
Does
There
the
was
Baba
a-
Yaga have a stats sheet?
There was
Yes.
Probably.
Yes.
Yes, she does.
I need to see this.
There was
It's-
a fight that was going to be coming up, possibly in the next arc, that I knew. I was
Oh.
assuming if Gilgamesh was here, he was going to pick, and that character was going to floor him.
Oh, it's only a CR22, guys. We can do
Oh,
it.
yeah.
Yeah, no, she'll totally be alone and not with her, you know.
She only
Winter
has
Riders.
18 AC. This is fine.
Yeah.
Yeah. Does
Not
Sven?
too bad.
We're assuming that Sven can probably take her on his
Mhm.
own.
In a fist fight.
Would get flicked and
right.
turned into paste. He's not even
Or
a melee
chicken.
character.
Oh, this would destroy us.
Uh-huh. Oh, yeah.
I think that was the thing in some of the stories where she'd like turn you into a chicken or whatever, or maybe
Yeah.
or maybe just her hut has chicken legs.
Or hot as
Yeah,
chicken
sure.
legs, but she did turn people into animals, usually chickens, to sacrifice them. Because I think she used entrails to do divining, and that's where she got the entrails.
Oh, there you go.
Yay, recycling. But yeah, no, as if it would just be her, not her and like all of her winter riders. We're basically demigods.
Let's not worry about that. We
No.
can take that fight.
Yep. Fuck it. I did have something that was a little bit more personal to bring up, but well, I never wanted to seem unprofessional, is all.
Mm.
And was a case of all this shit happening, and I didn't want you to think I had my priorities mixed up, especially because, well,
People
I'm not-
dying in Bridgefront? Yeah.
I'm not trying to say that anything for anyone from the rest of the group was a hassle, but practically everyone, I mean, Vic may be the only exception, had something that seemed up in the air and as though it was a spinning plate, and yeah, if any of those things happen to fall at the wrong time, it could be really bad. And so I did want to see if maybe you would if you wouldn't mind grabbing dinner or something at some point. Obviously, I'm going to be leaving tomorrow, but perhaps when I get back.
I'll tell you what, if you come back whole, with some amount of success, sure.
Well, whole as I went in anyway.
Well, if you manage that, you'll have done better than I did.
It's not a contest. I'm kind of cracking a grin at that.
Then you haven't been in this game for long enough. Go downstairs, and it's all a pissing match. Who did the best? Who did the most ridiculous? Well, hell, we saw it here in this room. Eventually you get to the point where it's recounting war stories and showing each other your scars.
Well, sure. It's nice to show off and everything, but don't give a shit what they think about that. It's just a matter of going and doing the right thing.
Yeah, I suppose so.
Or attempting to, anyway. I mean, hell, we don't even know these Ludendorffs. They could be into all kinds of shit.
I mean,
I
they're
just-
an extremely powerful noble family. Sort of goes without saying.
Yeah.
If you're expecting to ever meet a noble who's never, I don't know, plotted the demise of an opponent or married a child off to someone who was most likely going to be rather abusive to her or gone to war over land that really didn't matter, find that, and I'll introduce you to, pick a god. I'm sure if I send them a letter, they'll write me back.
Well, unfortunately, I was going to pick Veus, so you may be out of luck. Never even responded to one of my prayers so far.
Most of the gods don't. I don't think they care about anything that happens on the material plane anymore. Maybe
I
they're
wonder-
right too.
It's a mystery, but I'm more concerned with the ones down here now. And if they're not concerned, then one point in my life, I may just have to give the middle finger to all of them.
As if they'd notice.
It's the thought that counts.
Oh, go over into the Pantheon and say something like that. I'm sure the priest will chase you out for heresy. At least it'd be
Well-
amusing watching him run in the cassocks.
It's a typical thing, apparently, for people to want to become gods, but in my case, I realized that, well, there's the gauntlet and everything. We cleared the one that was supposed to be an imitation of it, but that is to say, is that the only way that there is?
I have no idea. Trial of the
Because-
Citadel. I mean, we have had 2 gods that have managed to make it through. So it's not like it's impossible.
I'm certainly more than willing to jump through a few hoops. But I'm also... I've grown weary of trying to play things by other people's rules. I'm kind of just ready to reach out and take shit for myself. And if they're not going to help, then I'm going to take their power and make sure that we do get help.
Just don't get burned on the way.
I've still got to stick around to make sure shit doesn't continue to hit the fan.
Well, that goes without saying.
So, yeah. And that's my foolish declaration on the table.
Hmm.
But, not like it's going to stay foolish forever.
It's a dream, I suppose.
Yeah. Well, this was all, really great and everything, so thank you.
Sure. Just, don't do anything overly stupid and die as a result.
I try not to.
I think most of you kids are generally decent. Just, I guess it just takes time to figure out what you're about. Try to come into who you want to be and go from there.
Well, some part of that's always changing. I guess I don't blame them for keeping it close to their chest.
Hmm.
I mean, I certainly did.
That's a choice we make.
Right, but it's not as though they have anything to be ashamed of. Even with,
In your opinion,
Sven's,
but in their minds.
well, even with Sven's situation, it's not as though any one thing at play was at fault. It's always a matter of interlocking things and various just circumstances. And we're better than those, I think.
Well, and the choices of a desperate child.
I mean, hell, I paid for my own foolish choices as a child. Getting a limb smashed is probably the most painful thing I've ever experienced.
Hmm,
All because I didn't bother to check the fucking rope.
yeah.
But also being a skinny and honestly overeager kid was the other half of it.
Hmm. Well, at least you managed to luck into a pretty decent master.
Right?
I didn't have one. The deeds that I did ended up earning me my own. But I've heard stories. Just because you're good at your job doesn't mean you're very good at teaching anybody else how to do it. I don't know what to make of Cyrus in that regard, but he's not a prick. I'll give him that. Well, I know it's a low fucking bar, but if you haven't met a lot of the people who work in this society, it's actually a pretty outstanding thing. Ugh.
I appreciate that he says what is on his mind. And you can certainly tell him that I said that. I don't mind the harshness or anything, just I'm also a bit up there in the age myself, so I can kind of give it a little bit too. I'm just worried that he'll take it the wrong way, so.
Yeah, well, I could tell stories, I suppose. Even Cyrus's own mentor was, let's just say, not the most pleasant.
Hmm.
You could have definitely done a lot worse. Having somebody push you down a mine shaft, or at least from what I've heard, have him hold his hands in boiling water when he ran his mouth.
Yet.
Probably let Vic know about that. Some things they do down south. I'm not sure if that was a Santalan thing or if that was a Union thing, because I know the pirates do shit like that too. Right there alongside of running you under the keel.
Yeah, that one I've seen. Fucking amazed somebody can even survive that.
They're not supposed to. And often enough,
Unfortunately.
they're lucky if they don't. Anyways, I think that's morbid enough.
Right. And
I'll leave
going
you
to
go,
say,
and, I guess good job, all of you.
oh, thank you. And, I hope to be having some good news for you next time, or at least, relevant.
I'll be looking forward to it. Hmm.
Well, good night then, I suppose. I've got to sleep before I wish I had.
Yeah, he stands, he offers his, hand, his living hand, so,
Hmm.
his left, to shake, and
I gotta do the awkward undergrasp then.
yeah. And
But I laugh at that.
he wishes you a good night. Alright. Cyrus had already retired by the time you and him spoke. Daxius went down with Natari. Sven went back to bed. Vic, what do you do? Did you just go to bed too?
He had made a trip down to the bar to just make sure everything was still
Oh, okay.
good to go.
Yep, you're
Probably
checking
wouldn't
the
head
station
straight to
wagon.
bed, but yeah, I think he'd probably end up just out sitting, probably by the shore for a little while, and then eventually head to bed after that.
Okay. I suppose, does everybody else just go to bed at this point?
Yeah, pretty much.
Guess so.
And thus ends the day.
True.
So, we're going to handle the shopping mostly out of session. Because doing accounting on it is not real fun. Plus, it's something that it can easily be done in post anyways. We'll fix it in post. The following morning, it is definitely crisp. The weather's not great. Not only is it cool, there's like a mist and a light rain that seems to hang in the air. Kind of sticking around, but never really, not really raining, but never really clearing up. after your shopping, which I'm going to assume is going to take you like maybe 4 hours, as people get variously awake, then what do you do? Because you only sleep for 2 hours, and I don't think you're probably going to be going hunting anymore.
Unless I'm gonna go beat a bear to death with my bare fists. No, that's how the that's how the 9th level player dies. Let's do a CR3 bear.
You know, we'll just wake up and see that entire thing was Sven's dream, and he's just face down on the floor, completely dead.
You laugh. I've run it.
You know,
I have almost killed players with bears before. It can happen.
I had the bear walk away because the bear thought he was dead, and then he killed himself.
so playing off something I said earlier, my vision for what has happened to Sven, like the time that he's been unconscious and now the brand on his soul, and I think also his dreams are filled with stuff that's impossible to describe. It's of a realm of chaos, but intense magic.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of his dreams and like he just has these visions or flashes of this like arcane knowledge that's would be complete insane rambling if he were to speak it out loud. But I think that he's starting to write this stuff down. So he sleeps for 2 hours and he's like, I gotta write this down. This is important.
Gotta get my
And
dream
so-
journal.
But because it's so chaotic, he's just trying to figure out a way to write it coherently. So I think a lot of his mornings are just spent genuinely hours trying to record and comprehend what he has seen.
Okay. Is everybody else doing the shopping, or is it just Vic?
I had the rod that I'm like, instead of selling it, I'm like, nope, swap time. I go yell at people until they swap it.
All right.
Until I find someone who actually wants this thing. But
Daxius?
yeah,
I'll join. Got nothing else to do.
You can go yell at people with Phoenix.
Yeah. Or just sit back and enjoy the show.
it's really useful.
All right. Noon, maybe about 1 o'clock comes around. Well, I guess you'll probably end up running into them later. Who's driving? Who is somebody riding shotgun? How is this Vardo being driven?
I cannot drive a Vardo. I can try.
What's the skill? Handle animal?
It is indeed handle animal.
Oh, it is. I thought
Wait,
it was
are we
ride.
leaving?
Yeah,
Oh, Zen still has to sell his armor.
we're doing that out of. So, the Banner Home is going to purchase it. He wants everybody to chip in like some kind of token to make
okay.
like an actual display rather than it just being one piece.
Oh, I have to get a token. Shit.
Just something.
So, Daxius, you have a headband of charisma, right?
I do.
Alright, I'm going to give the headband of alluring charisma, my 2 armor pieces, and then my long sword and bow. It's going to be extremely expensive. So I'm hoping that they're willing to take all that, but that's the authentic Sven drip.
They will offer you.
So I think that's roughly like 20,000 gold.
Okay. They're willing to. He's willing to pay you because technically it would not be coming out of his. It's coming out of Banner Home's funds. 70% of the value of the item. You're not going to get 1-to-1.
Okay.
70% of
Yeah.
the sale value or 70% of the total value?
70% of the sale value. So if it's worth 10,000, he's offering you 7.
So the total item price for that would be 20, but then 10 for the sale and then another 7. Okay.
I'd have to run the numbers. But yeah, it is roughly 20,000. Might be slightly lower than that.
Mm-hmm.
All right. And then I go around, I pick up all the books,
Mm-hmm.
and I buy a few things with the money, and then we leave. We'll figure out what I buy later.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I have ideas, but we don't have to go over right now.
Yeah. Okay.
I can get some stuff over the display, but we can discuss what specifically later too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, any kind of purchases, we'll just do that. We'll just do it on server. Natari is coming with you. Priona is
Yeah.
coming with you. That
Yeah, I'll
leaves-
speak with my followers for a little bit before going and just explain the situation.
The one that is being left behind doesn't seem overly upset to be being left behind. You seem to find that they're kind of comfortable, maybe not in the city, but at least if you tell them, oh yeah, William, lives out like across the river, it's much more comfortable for him.
Yeah, I'll let them know.
Um,
And, like, I'll explain to them that like what I want them to do in town, and just like William knows
mhm.
the city better than anyone, so I'm leaving him in charge. But consider it more of a joint operation until the others arrive.
He just, gives his usual mute nod.
Now go kick some ass. See you around.
All right, so who is driving?
Uh,
Cyrus is driving.
What are all of our handle animals?
I have a 5. It's probably good enough.
I actually might be able to drive then, because I thought it was ride.
No, it's drive.
But
Or excuse me, not drive. Handle animal.
okay, I recently got another performance thing, and handle animal is one of them.
Nice.
Okay.
So, and with that at a +10, I think maybe I could drive.
All right. Is somebody like absolutely wants to drive shotgun or ride shotgun?
Vic will probably be up there.
Okay.
Unless somebody else wants to. I think he has a stop he wants to make.
No, that works. That's true because we got work to do in the back.
True.
Yeah, Sven and Fernix are going to be crafting items for the entirety of the trip.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
All
And
right.
shooting the shit.
All right.
I assume it's going to be a lot of Fernix teaching him, Sven, the ropes, and then Sven actually shockingly learns really, really quickly.
Yeah. I will make a point to be like, oh yeah, this took me like super long, so you're like you're learning this way better than I did. Or optionally, maybe the people teaching me just weren't very good at it.
Probably.
That too.
I'm trying to figure out.
Those of you in the actual Vardo as it leaves, we'll see Natari speaking probably with Cyrus as they like hang off the back of the Vardo, where there's like that little almost like stoop.
Mhm.
Perhaps like the people riding up top are able to hear vague chatter, but over the noise of the animals, you're not going to hear it like any actual words. And with that, you depart from Lunabrook, waving goodbye to the city as it stretches out behind you.
Bye.
I'm
Bye-bye
not
now.
gonna miss it.
I think just as one last little stop before we leave. I think we're heading in that direction. Vic's gonna have him stop at his little way station that he set up outside the city and just clean it up, reorganize it, and make sure everything's good to go.
All right, no problem.
I will actually leave a singular heartstake bolt and a singular alchemical silver bolt.
Okay.
That is all I can afford.
Yeah.
At the way station?
The way station, yeah. Who knows? Maybe someone will come across a vampire and they can make use of it. The heartstake, anyway.
Yeah. Vic is visibly slightly confused at you doing that, but doesn't say anything. So if you didn't know, this is just supposed to be like a traveler station. It's got like food, travel supplies,
Right.
wood tools. So now you've got, a
Oh, I
bucket
thought.
full of like manual labor stuff, carpentry equipment, and then several vampire killing devices
Okay.
also there.
I thought, because based on your first description of the one in Innsbruck, I thought it also had like weapons and stuff.
No.
Okay.
No, it's just like travel supplies.
Never mind then. Then I'll put some bottles of alcohol in there then.
Yeah, that'd go better. God knows you have enough of it in the back of the Vardo.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
That's exactly where I was pulling it from. I'm gonna put it down an Applejack sour
Mm-hmm.
and a bottle of whiskey.
All
Okay.
right.
Just looks
You bet.
over and shakes his head.
Actually, you know what? No, I like my whiskey, and I see we have 40 bottles of common pitcher, so I'm just gonna take from that instead.
Yeah, we've probably got almost 1,000 pounds of alcohol in the back of this Ordo.
You leave basically a 12-pack of Pilsner, and it's fine.
Yeah.
Room temperature, shake it up PBR.
Still better than Natty Light.
Oh god.
Still better than Natty Light.
Yeah, I can taste it on the tip of my tongue whenever you say it, and I don't like it.
Well, that's the thing, you can't taste it.
True. I just feel the sensation I imagine is just bubbles. Really.
Yeah, that's probably why the soda water trend caught on.
I wouldn't doubt it.
Okay.
It's
So,
just alcoholic soda water, basically. Yeah.
it's gonna be
Okay. Better than White Claw, though.
Never had it actually.
Oh, it's foul. Makes me look at all of the skinny white girls drinking it with absolute disdain. Like, my god.
I'm sure she's trying to be cool with the cool kids.
Yeah,
So all the cool kids, they seem to fit in.
It's alcoholic seltzer. If you ever wanted to take like a seltzer that has barely any flavor to begin with and add just like a really unpleasant chemical aftertaste, that's basically what White Claw is.
it's
Yeah.
bad. I've had White Claw. It's fucking terrible.
I could not finish it. I have finished 4 Locos. I could not finish 1 White Claw.
The original or the water?
No,
down?
not the original. The
Watered down.
re-released one that won't make you like blind and have a heart attack all at the same time or whatever.
Yeah.
I've never even heard of Loco.
Or Loco.
Oh, yeah, it's not good. It's like a
All the
crappy
way
malt
about 10 years
beverage.
ago.
Yeah, I found one at Walmart where it was I think it was a Warheads 4 Loco.
Oh, God.
It's what the fuck?
Yeah.
That's what?
I did drink it. Wasn't very good.
Sounds
Yeah,
awful.
Yeah, they're definitely not good, but it was like drinkable. Typically, you think of a beverage that is the goal, but you'd be surprised.
Well, I know why I haven't heard of them now because one, it's also an energy drink, which is fucking weird. Why are you
Yeah,
mixing those?
It's caffeinated. You don't. No. It makes it
And
really
se-
bad.
Yeah. Secondly, it's illegal to do that in Canada. You cannot mix caffeine and alcohol,
Well,
so it
technically, it's
doesn't
illegal
exist
here
here.
too. Well, depends on state.
Yeah.
In Pennsylvania, it's illegal.
Fair. Either way, why? Why? Just why?
Because you gotta die in style.
Mhm.
So, The part of the empire that you are traveling through is actually pretty well populated. Most of the land north of the Elbe is farmland. There's pretty much a little hamlet, like almost like every 2 hours. And to your left, looking out over the Elbe and the dense forest beyond, it is very obvious that most of that is relatively untamed by comparison. You can sometimes hear like animals call or see birds fly or something larger in the distance, but generally speaking, most of what you pass on the road here today, following day, and the third day, as you zero in on Heimsdorf, is peasantry, merchants traveling on the road, single riders. You pass at least one caravan going the other way. Seems to be mostly merchants, or working with metal, copper, iron, and tin. You pass sometimes random traveling bards, some of which are okay, most of which are kind of mediocre. The little hamlets are cute, but dead and almost entirely human, so seeing a bunch of non-humans is pretty unusual for them. So those of you, when you stop for like lunch or dinner or breakfast or wherever, you probably get some eyes, and when you stay overnight, you're not able to get great accommodations because there are no great accommodations.
Yeah. I'm just constantly over to the others, including Vic, like under my breath, like, yeah, there's more of this shit. I'm basically just mocking them underneath my breath the entire time. I used to have to not say anything, so I'm gonna say it now.
You do pass some Imperial soldiers or patrols, which is probably why the road seems to be so heavily populated and controlled. You pass at least one, probably not Imperial, most likely Principality run, and this area north of the river is Ludendorff territory, so it's most likely belonging to them. Kind of way stations or guard stations that are keeping the eye on the road. Seem to be relatively well equipped, but you happen to be in the heartland, so probably on the better side. You reach Heimsdorf near the end of the day on your third day of travel. It is a larger town, probably actually has some okay accommodations, probably more than a couple taverns or pubs. Some business, mostly it seems to be focused on the river, transporting lumber out of the Grauhart to the south. And as you get into town, you are going to be staying at a, well, unless those of you, I'm sure some of you probably sleep in the Vardo out of desire to. Otherwise, you might be staying in the Three Hearts. Barry, Sven,
Yes.
you obviously brought Sasha with you, correct?
Yes.
How's that?
It's a little sad. I think before Sven went, he would have gotten something that, like, is once per day speak with animals.
Mm-hmm.
And he just occasionally has chats with her, but she clearly isn't as smart as she used to be.
Mm-hmm.
She's kind of just a normal cat now.
Mm-hmm.
And he's a little sad by it, but he's still thankful that he has her.
I'm gonna say that, like, she recognizes you, and she seems to have some, like, recollection of things that have happened, but the understanding obviously isn't there.
Mm-hmm.
I'm assuming that people kind of cycle through who's driving, taking shifts.
I'm sure. Yeah, because we've got the. I'm assuming we're traveling for more than 8 hours a day.
Maybe about 9.
Oh, okay. Well, one of us two, when we're done with the crafting on the road thing, can probably take that.
You also have
Or we
Natari,
just take it
Cyrus,
work.
and Lugo to fill in cracks too.
Yeah, that's true. Since we've been unshackled from the regular crafting rules, we're now allowed to take breaks and not invalidate thousands of gold worth of work. So, yeah.
Yep. Probably on the first night that you... Actually, this might happen a little later. That's okay. As you arrive in town, you see that there are definitely more people in here than seems to be accommodating for the area. A lot of them appear to be like woodsmen or rivermen or other peasants. And as you get into town, you see that there are like guards who are more or less telling people who are trying to get across the river by a ferry that they shouldn't go. You're able to hear people talking about that and announcements being made and so forth. As you arrive into the center of the town itself, you park up near another set of like covered wagons where there are armed and armored men. One of whom is a 6.5 foot tall half-orc man who very obviously bears the sigils and colors of Azarian. And you guys,
Yeah, that guy.
stick out. You guys stick out.
Oh, wait, is it not the same
No, it's not.
dwarf? Ah, okay.
Just a happy coincidence, I suppose.
Mm.
No, this guy seems much more serious, and he has an air of probably military experience, most likely in command. And it seems that as you guys pull in, he steps away from the wagon and just kind of waits near the front door of the tavern, keeping an eye, very pointed eye, as you guys pull into the town.
Hmm.
You know what I just remembered?
Gentle wave.
We didn't look at the light that we found at all.
You did. You did the research before you left that night, or not?
Oh no,
research.
I'm talking about the thing I found at the Ludendorff Palace that I bought.
Yeah.
Oh, the
No, we
radiation.
didn't do legend lore on it or anything. So shit. Never mind.
That might take a certain amount of
Oh.
time.
Yeah. 40 minutes.
1
at
to
least.
10. Yeah, 40 minutes at max.
We can. I would say maybe we covered it
That would
before
be
we
probably
left,
be
but yeah.
that might be a next time thing.
Yeah. Just remembered it. Never mind.
It has definitely been a
But yeah.
very long trip. I'll say that much, and you'll have stuff to look forward to if we play next week.
Okay.
Either way, you head in through the outskirts of the busy town. Like I said, there's a lot of people. Seems to be whispers and conversations about danger south of the river. You get into the center of town. So,
I'm
We got
gonna
here very quickly.
Yeah.
well, thankfully you
for
are
3 days.
you traveled on rather heavily guarded roads, so the likelihood of being attacked by wild animals or thieves was pretty low.
I'm gonna set Natari to look around town and listen to people and be like, hey, like what kind of dangers can we expect? Just do some reconnaissance while we do our thing.
All right. She yeah, okay, and just drops and hood up and starts moving.
Otherwise, I just follow the group wherever they go.
Yeah. Oh,
Find someplace to stable up for the night.
yeah. I'll point out the tavern and be like, as Sven was saying, we've already got a fan. Shall we go ahead and say hello?
Might as well.
Sure.
All right.
I realize this is out of game. I realize that I've been overpaying for all my crafted magical items the entire campaign, and I'm trying to mentally figure out how to figure out what my actual money situation is.
Well, do you know what the
So I thought that in the magic item creation cost breakdown, I thought that'll be the cost of creating the item. No, it's a sell value for some reason.
Oh,
So it costs
It's
you
the
half
purchase. It's the purchase
Yeah.
value.
So if we're crafting it, whatever I'm getting is actually half that.
that. Mm.
So I have to figure out what the fuck
yeah, it should just be
my
half
money
of-
situation is.
Well, how many of the
I mean,
items that you have were crafted by Phoenix? Because I don't think it would be that many.
So it
and those should have been.
was
Yeah, where it
was-
says price, it should be half of whatever it says for price.
mhm. It was the armor, the shield. That might have actually just been it.
I think just those two, and I do knock off 5% off of the already 50% of it. So
Okay.
it's in. Yeah, that's the way that I'm like.
Okay.
So
So I
are
should
the-
have. I should have 5,000. No, 6,000 more gold than I do.
All right,
Yes.
well, hold on. So, what are those? Are your
We'll figure it out. We'll
Armor.
figure it out.
Do
We'll
this
figure it
not
out.
on
I was
camera.
just
Yeah.
saying that mentally that's where I was like, oh no.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
let's not do that on camera. All right. Well,
Yeah,
don't
'cause it
everybody
might
talk
be-
once.
Oh well, I was saying we should go and say hello to this guy who's taking notice of our presence, and appears to have an opinion about it.
Has a
Especially
little
'cause I'm
quest
like-
marker above his head.
Yeah,
Sven is in the
I-
back reading like an introvert.
in the back of Fernix's mind too. Oh boy, I hope he does something stupid and I get to flame strike somebody. I ain't done that one yet. And now it's been like 4 days since I've been able to do it, and I still haven't done it yet.
As you climb down off of the Vardo, Cyrus takes the reins so that you're able to go in and handle accommodations. The very heavily armed and armored man who half-orc steps down as you approach, and expression doesn't change. Very flat, very stern, very oak board, I guess. He looks to everybody equally and then just says, "The gate crashers, I presume."
Oh, you've heard of us.
I assume you're Captain Holmes.
Captain Jag Holmes retired. Yes.
Of
I'm
the
heading up
Sherlock
the
region,
armed
yes?
section
Alright.
of the group that Master Lutendorf has hired. He told me that you would be coming through this town and we would probably be meeting up here. We only got in about a day ago.
Oh, thank goodness. Yes, that's
What were you told of us? Say that in a deeper voice, though.
Well, I was handed a book.
Oh, my book?
Wait, are you out here? I thought you said you were reading in the back like an introvert.
I assume there's like a window,
Yeah, there are.
And we
It's
realize-
like a house on wheels.
and I hear
He-
them talking, and
yells that
Sven
at
pokes his
you.
head out. Yeah, Sven pokes his head out. He's like, "My book."
Whoever wrote one here, yes, Master Lutendorf provided one. He also told us that you would be relatively reliable and when to expect your arrival, as well as a vague description. He said you would stand out, and well, you do.
right. Don't suppose we can help it.
Sven goes back in the Vardo, takes time getting his clothes on properly, comes out
Wait.
like 2 minutes later.
Wait, what condition was Sven reading in?
No. He's just like in his PJs basically,
Oh, okay.
but now he puts on his actual, adventuring gear. But it'll take him a minute or two, so you guys keep going without him.
Reports from across the river indicate that there's been a decent amount of goblinoid and orcish raids. Mostly staying away from the river and the main road. Once you get nearer to the actual ferry transport across, but it has proven enough that the Prince's family has ordered a orderly, if not entirely widely welcome, withdrawal of anybody who is able and willing to across the river here in Heimsdorf. That's not a problem that we are tasked with dealing with, other than the fact that we need to be wary that perhaps we might run across certain groups. I have 12 other men with me, not including the actual archaeological and labor team, which it consists of about 45 men and women. They are not armed. Well, they're not armored, but they can at least shoot a crossbow, but I would not expect them to do much more than that.
Well, with any luck, they won't need to.
Other than that, welcome to Heimsdorf. And he just, like, gives, like, the crispest salute and then just gestures around him towards the bar.
Yeah. Give him a nod and I say, glad to be here.
Just
Sven steps out like seconds after he waves us away, and he's like, "Oh."
Just look over and kind of make like a get over here motion.
Sven goes over here.
Alright.
Get over here.
Holmes leads you inside, where it is rather busy, leading you to a table that seems to have been kept by a couple of definitely hard-looking shit kickers who stand up and step aside to allow you. He gives them a nod, but none of them are dressed like military officers or soldiers or anything like that. They seem to be more mercenary types. Only Holmes seems to be dressed like he probably served in the Imperial Army. He sits down and doesn't say much. Pretty much almost nothing.
Yeah. I'll probably be bringing up, like, let's say we've been, is this the third day on the road?
Yes.
Okay. And how long did we travel for today?
It is about 8 o'clock at night.
Yeah.
So probably about
I'll
10-ish hours.
yeah, be talking about how I've just got the last quarter of the crafting to go, and then we'll see if I'm actually able to see out of my mist globe thingy.
All right.
And be talking about other possible things that we might be able to put together in the meantime with Sven. You know, make a mention of it to both of you as well. Vic, Daxius, if there's anything that you'd want to be made into a potion or scroll.
I'll rain check you on that, but I'll think about it.
Well, you've got at least till 2 days from now.
I'll think of something.
Don't have anything in mind at the moment.
I have something that I imagine Sven makes during the trip. But we'll go over that next session.
Mhm.
I think Sven specifically is working on this one thing, and that's he's gonna get it done because it's very light. But assume that he just finished his first magic enchanted item, and he's pretty hype about it.
Yeah.
At least while you're here, Holmes gives like a whistle and orders food for everybody. And as the barmaid steps away, he kind of turns back towards you and says, "We will not be using the name of our master while we're out here on the road. I shouldn't have said it when I was outside, but I wanted to make sure who I was and what we were about was rather clear. We don't think there's any kind of danger with the individuals here in town. They seem to be mostly just peasants who are fleeing into the city from the marauders out in the woods. However, our master has given me an idea as to what exactly our purpose is, and perhaps what might await us, and my honest opinion is that perhaps what they are looking for sounds like some rather evil shit. Now, I will obviously fulfill my contract, but I want to make sure no monstrous things make it out in the world. I may be a soldier, but I'm also a man of my god, too.
Kind of look over to the others.
Well, that's what we want too, more or less. Why we're here. Make sure evil shit doesn't crawl out of its hellhole.
Yeah. If it is dangerous enough, then I think the plan is mainly just to bury it and say that it wasn't salvageable.
Good.
Destroy it if possible.
I haven't heard any more reports out of what might be awaiting us, but I'm assuming if we can make good time, it can be about 2 days until we get to Vetterholm. Although I've heard that most of the town is holed up in the actual town itself. I don't know what the situation is, but we'll be taking a decent amount of supplies, material, weapons, and ammunition to support any effort of resistance against the menace in the area. We are not on this as a warpath, however, the needs must when the devil drives.
Right?
Could you? So we are fighting. What do you need fighting with? Do you need with
Orcs,
the drow
goblins,
or with the orcs?
hobgoblins, kobolds, drow, dwerger, fucking trolls, or ogres, I don't know, but apparently there's a lot of them. They're not overly aggressive, which is unusual. However, they made sure to chase damn near everyone away from the area. Rather,
Really?
well restrained for fucking orcs. And he, like, reaches
Just
up
like-
and grabs one of his tusks, as if kind of accentuating that.
Do you think anyone's paying them for this?
I do.
Sounds like it.
I wouldn't put it past these things.
It would
No.
not be surprising given things we've seen in the past.
So I've been told. I will not, of course, be dragging anyone into open combat. We are not a military detachment. However, when the fighting needs to happen, we will have to act like one. I'm praying to Azarian, who watches over us from above, that that will not happen. But order and chaos are diametrically opposed and often seek to undermine the other. We are order, they are chaos.
Well, do my best to aid us from down here as well. Don't see that Veus has seen fit to stop me borrowing magic, so...
And we'll need it as long as your god remains cooperative to the things that we need. We have brought a decent amount of materials to make sure that anyone who is hurt, or perhaps even cursed, poisoned, or anything else, is able to see a recovery. I'm
Good.
hoping that we won't need to use the supplies to bring people back from the dead, but we have enough for 4.
Well, I'm prepared to complete the task if it's required, and I hope the same.
I at least have been told that there will be certain people awaiting us by the time that we get there. The chiefest among them is a tiefling man named Jack Hex, who apparently has affiliation with the Valier Society. That tidbit of information apparently came down from His Majesty the Prince, or so I'm told. Do I believe that? Look at my face and guess if I believe that.
No.
I do not.
Yes.
I've also been told that there are at least 2 professional shadow chasers working in the area, and that is all that I know about that. I wish I knew more. I don't like not knowing about most of this. What orc tribes are they? What hobgoblins are they? What goblins are they? How many do they have? Where are they operating out of? What do they want? I hope to find out, but my expectations are low.
That could be our first task.
I believe so, assuming that we get there and find the town in good order.
Assuming.
If that is the case, initially our job will be to make sure that we secure the area and keep civilians alive. Everything else will be secondary and will come in time. The men and women that I have hired have come to me highly recommended. Some served with me, some recommended to me by my church. Others came as recommendations of either our master or His Highness the Prince.
If the town is not intact, we have preparations to make camp, I believe.
We do. And we would have the material and men necessary to inflict revenge if possible. However, we won't risk the lives of the non-combatants in the pursuit of vengeance.
Right.
Sounds easy enough. Fighting orcs, it's an easy first job to do.
Fighting 10 of them, certainly. I've heard there's far more than that.
Numbers, of course, always matter, but it's a less complicated plot.
Can be.
Just
I've dealt with orcish raids up north, towards the border forts. They can be smart, cruel little bastards just as often as they are dumb, straightforward animals. Don't ever underestimate an enemy. Don't give them that inch.
Exactly. Even the kobolds you mentioned. Well, I'm half their blood myself, and so it's not talking up in excess to say that it's not difficult to dig a hole, nor is it difficult to sharpen a stick, but it certainly is effective.
I haven't heard reports of that, but I'm assuming if there are them, they're most likely in or among the mountains.
And that's the area that'll likely have a lot of booby traps.
I'm hoping all of you are well versed in the style of fighting in rocky and dangerous terrain such as that.
Manage.
Not overly so, but I do have a contingency for just such a thing.
Good. Then hopefully we will get through this with as few casualties as is possible.
I'm gonna be blunt with you. There's gonna be some body bags.
Almost certainly. Our orders are to bring back certain individuals. Others can be buried in local cemeteries if and where possible.
That's just it, if and where possible. Where we're going might not be.
We'll find that out when we get there. For now, enjoy your meal. Enjoy your drinks. I'll be having a word with your superior, and we shall get the marching order suited for tomorrow morning.
Fantastic.
Very good. Dismissed. And he just stands up, gives another salute, and just marches away, pulling something from his pack to read or write something. Who knows?
I give him back more of a casual one, at an angle that I'll say signifies have never had any kind of military or naval or whatever service in his life.
He
So
doesn't seem to judge anybody who does or doesn't respond with that. He doesn't seem to care one way or the other, but he does it anyways. Which, you know,
And doesn't.
and that leaves you alone.
Instead, he gives a nod.
Is anyone else concerned about the hobgoblins and goblins and orcs, etc., that are not outwardly trying to kill people? Because I am.
mhm.
Sounds rather familiar.
Doesn't it though?
Yeah,
Except they
they
only
came-
had hired hobgoblins the other time.
Ranks have increased or something or other.
I don't think
Either-
we came here not knowing what we were most likely getting ourselves into.
Oh, yeah.
Concern, yes. Surprise, no.
Well, while I feel similarly, on the concern side of things, I'm going to stand up on the table. I have a feeling we don't have all friends in town. I'm going to do some looking around the Atari before bed and see if maybe some surface thoughts might expose someone. Who knows?
Good thinking. Just don't get your throat cut.
I'll manage, I'm sure. And with that, I'm going to step out, and whenever and wherever it's safe, I'm going to try using Detect Thoughts, where people will not see or hear me, cast a spell outwardly.
Mhm.
And then I'm going to start by going back into the tavern first and just going around, covering as much area as I can, going place to place within the town, seeing if I hear anything of use.
Okay. That's not for anybody in specifically I'm rolling for. I'm just giving rolls to be applied to civilians and just fucking whoever.
Fair.
You hear, there's a decent amount that you hear nothing from. Other ones, you hear thoughts mostly pertaining to disliking that there are people coming into town and like overrunning, people sleeping on the streets. You get thoughts from a few like off-duty guards that seem to be frustrated with the situation as well. Some of them are like, you know, we want to cross over and go take the fight to them, whereas others are more like, why is this our problem? There are a couple people who seem to be confused and concerned about a lot of this, but otherwise you hear the usual chatter of things they did that day and the things that they want to do and who they would 100% want to fuck and where they want to eat and when they want to get home and just shit like that.
You know, I'm just going to skim past those guys. Just... if nothing of interest captures my attention, I'll eventually just head back. But I'll be gone for a while.
Okay.
Well,
When you
it just
leave-
seems like nothing but gossip.
Yeah, when you leave, you see Holmes speaking with Cyrus, who... Cyrus does not seem to like talking with this guy. He's just looking at him like, I do not like you. You are annoying me. You have stick up your ass. Just that whole, like, look. He doesn't say anything, and he's giving them, yep, but very obviously does not want to talk to this guy.
Yeah. I look over and I wonder when it is that they'll start tearing into each other.
I guess, overall, interesting stuff. You hear some people's thoughts seeming to pertain to people who most likely fled across the river, saying that they don't understand why the guards here, the soldiers here, aren't going across the river to secure their homes. and this argument between, the fucking Ludendorffs don't want to, because this is their, on this side of the river, this is their land. On the other side of the river is the Ulwick's land. So technically the guards here have no authority over there, which explain that to the average peasant.
Nice.
Yeah. And sending troops into a competing noble's land, that could never go poorly. No, not at all. Isn't like literally wars have been started over that. In fact, ones that have raged for bloody hundreds of years down south in Devron and Ferrand. No, not at all. Well, at least not anymore. You do hear ones that claim that they were chased out of their house by orcs riding massive wolves, throwing torches up into roofs. Sometimes they chase down and trample somebody or spear somebody, but otherwise it seemed to be favoring the terror they could inflict on the fleeing peasants, huntsmen, woodsmen, miners. You're going to spend an amount of time doing that. Natari is probably going to return to the tavern before you do, since she set out before you did. Probably by this time, Holmes has moved on. Cyrus has come in, found you guys, and sat down, and the first thing he says when he sits down is, "I do not like that guy. He's an asshole. Fucking starts military people."
He seems very nice to me.
I wouldn't say nice.
What gives you that impression?
Oh, I don't think he's a bad person. I'm saying that he's an asshole. Those are two different things.
Oh.
I just find him annoying and starched. Who goes through their life living like that? It's unsettling.
Well, to each their own, I suppose.
He after that he mostly lets go, and he grumbles a little bit more than that, but that's about it. Natari comes in after that, and she sees you but doesn't go over, but she makes sure to catch, if not Sven's eye, then Vic's, and then pointing to Sven to poke him. And when she finally has his attention, she gives him
yeah, Sven will come over. That's really interesting that she assumes Vic understands social cues, though.
It is a bit generous, maybe, but I assume that, hey, poke him, please, would probably be pretty clear, but I don't know. Do we want to do a sense motive check?
I mean,
Yeah.
I can do that if you
It's only
want.
10. I think you pass it on a nat 1.
I think I pass it on that negative 9.
Yeah.
It's not that he doesn't understand social cues; he just doesn't abide by them.
Yeah, he does understand social cues very well. He just actively fights every single urge. He has to actively fight in every single urge to actually follow them.
Incredible. Yeah, Sven will go over to Natari.
All right. As you get in closer, she just kind of cocks her head and says, "We need to talk."
Then kind of takes a slow, deep breath, coughs a bit, nods. I suppose we do. Yes.
She'll lead you outside.
I will follow her outside. Quietly.
And,
Not And does she initiate, or is there a little bit of silence?
Oh no, I'm just trying to think of something else happening at the same time. Um, Perhaps not. It doesn't make any sense. Okay. As she gets out, like, she does that, like, slow tromp and then kind of turns around. Kind of does, like, one of these, you know, like, okay. So,
I understand if this is too much.
I
You,
mean,
you and I, we started when things were very different. I suppose I've been avoiding the question, but I understand if you'd like to separate.
honestly, between you and who you used to be, I don't necessarily prefer one over the other. Although at least if you were like this when we met, it would have been honest. I'm assuming this is who you actually are, and whatever you were was an illusion or something.
It's complicated. I will say that it is indeed complicated. I have been that so long that is who I was. And in a way, I suppose that I still am. But I don't know. My physical form is... It changed when I was young. This is not even how I looked when I was young. I, in truth, didn't know how I would look. How I would feel once this was, well, taken.
Daxius, what has Natari told you about her life before she met you?
Natari, I mean, it took her a little while to open up, but considering I met her at her previous place of employment, which she had been there for a number of years, I'd say if she's told, like, we've told each other pretty much everything about each other. I'd say we're pretty open.
If you do not know the whole story, when I was young, I had nothing. I was nothing. I wished to be something, and so I took a deal for it. And yeah, I lived the rest of my, 10 years? A little bit more? People change in that amount of time. I am not who I was when I took the deal, but I am also not who I was before I rejected it.
Again, Daxius, what has she actually told you? Because I don't remember.
Oh, sorry. Well, she was in the circus, for like a good 5 years ish. Basically under contract. Before that, she did some basically thieving. She was like a back alley thief ever since she was young. Basically, didn't have a good family life. Left it willingly. Never wants to go back. Never has even thought about it. Basically was a street urchin until they found the circus, and then they took them in for a while, and then she got fucking tired of it, and she hated it. And then after years of resentment, she eventually met Daxius, and then they were like, "Fuck it, let's run off and do our own shit."
Look, I get the whole I didn't like who I was. By the gods above, I know that. It isn't like I haven't gone through that either. Although then again, I guess my whole thing is I've just been an alcoholic asshole for most of my life, as opposed to living a life that's sort of kind of a lie. Then again, maybe that's kind of a lie too. Not that I like doing half of any of this, not that I've really liked doing much of anything. At least, I mean, actually like things. I mean, in the moment, it can be fun, and it's amusing to think back on, but it's not like something you enjoy. Like, you don't say, I'm glad I'm robbing people and setting fire to somebody's drapes for the fuck of it. Like, that's not something you say, that's great, that's a life I want to live. So, I kind of get the whole I want to get away from shitty shit about that.
You don't understand.
I don't care.
Sven,
That's the problem you don't seem to get. A
Don't
lot of shit has
care.
fucking happened in the last couple of weeks. And as I've watched Daxius have his come to the gods moment, it's kind of left me bored and like whatnot about half of this shit. And now I don't think I want to do most of it anymore. This is at least some purpose. At least we're not hurting everyone we come across. Not that that can't be fun, especially if they're assholes. That's not my point, though. I'm saying just because you changed doesn't mean I haven't.
Sven is quiet for a moment and he says, I'm sorry. I selfishly thought this conversation was about my change, but I didn't realize that you too were hurting. I'm sorry. What is it that you needed to say?
I don't really want anything to change, and maybe we can go in the Vardo and prove it. Okay? Are you that dense? Holy shit.
Sven is quiet for a second and
We'll say to
A
the
very
stream,
slight
there he is, my
nod.
boyfriend in real life. Oh, I can say these things.
looks to the others and, you know what? Grabs her hand.
And she probably picks you up, because she can.
Sure. Sure. Fade to black.
Fade to black.
We don't need to.
I just start going building to building. Where the fuck did Atari go? I need to talk to her. She probably found something useful. I don't find her. Yeah,
Mhm.
fuck, I don't talk to her in the morning.
Well, Sven doesn't come back, neither does Natari. Not that Cyrus or anybody, like, not that Cyrus points that out. The food's okay. The booze is, again, it's okay. It's fine. It's not great. It's not memorable, but it's not bad either. I figure eventually, Daxius, you come back. Reporting whatever. I don't know.
Didn't find shit as I sit down.
Well, that's good.
What about you two? Just been sitting here, brooding. No one of you has.
Long journey.
Just sort of absorbing the local color. I
Well,
make
there's
a face at my drink that I'm not in. It's not like I'm totally grossed out by it, but it's definitely like I'm not sure about this entirely.
you know, we have alcohol in the Vardo, right? I could just go grab a bottle.
Actually, if you could.
Oh, you said yes. Okay, yeah, sure. I'll just go grab a bottle real quick. Yeah, what do you want?
Artist locked.
Yeah.
By the way.
Well, I was just going to mention that I was going to suggest the same thing in case any of you found it unpalatable.
Oh, well, in that regard,
Etter has just
I'm-
informed me of something. I
So?
say, staring straight ahead,
what?
I will
Something
be
happened?
content with this. I've changed my mind.
You sure?
Yes, I'm actually incredibly sure.
Fuck, all right then.
I make kind of a horrified. I'm deeply regretting my telepathic link at the moment.
Oh my god.
Etor
As
is in
well
the
as-
Bardo. Watching.
You're just in the corner like a barn owl, like wide-eyed, like. What
And
is this?
perhaps, I know I'm still going to be remembering a lot of this, even if I do converse, but
There are 2 bedrooms in there. There are 2 bedrooms in there.
Oh, okay.
Like,
he's, he
I
is
know
he is
yeah.
he is describing the goings on, and
Giving a live play-by-play.
I will say he's
Oh, he shoots, he scores.
however he's observing what is occurring. It's a little more than I.
Are you all right? You look pale.
I
The game
really-
and having to watch straight sex.
I really feel like I kind of want to put him in a sack and then swing him around as soon as the opportunity presents itself. Especially because it's they're back in the Vardo, and I really didn't need to know this, but I'm kind of glad that you didn't go back there because that would have been even worse.
Who's back in the Vardo? What? Is someone robbing us?
Who
You know what?
do you not see here?
I mean, I can't see through Etor's eyes.
No, who do you not see at the table with us?
I don't see. Good for them.
So I'm more than willing to put up with this. And now I'm going to have to sit across the table from him for like. You know what? No, you're right. Good for them.
Honestly, with all this shit going on, someone once said, "A little bit of normalcy goes a long way."
Yeah.
But yeah, I'll probably be the one having to clean the sheets tomorrow.
I've got prestidigitation. I can do it.
Oh no, I've dealt with their mess before. Trust me, you don't want to see the aftermath.
Their
I've also
mess?
I mean, back when Sven was, you know what? This is not appropriate table talk.
You know, Dexius, I don't think that there are many people who would be willing to admit that they're cleaning up that sort of thing multiple times.
I've been with Natari for a while now. It was a lot more common when I first
Wait.
met her.
Oh.
She's
I
fine.
see.
She's been to multiple clerics.
Wait, so you don't they don't just clean up after themselves? You poor man.
Well, I'm hoping she will this time. I've been on her ass about it a bunch, but well, we'll see.
Am I not? Am I insane? This. Why are you talking about this like this is a normal thing for you to be involved in?
Because for a year and a half it was.
Some of us are fated to clean up the messes of others. I just did not realize that
In that way.
it actually in a sense was all of us. I thought it was maybe just me and you, but it's all of us, isn't it? I mean, take a really deep drink.
All right.
Look, all I'm saying is that this group is an improvement. in some aspects. In a lot of aspects.
Let them have it. Fuck knows. Most people's lives are too screwed up and short enough as it is. They found some
Yeah.
comfort in it. Let them fucking have it.
All right.
Amen to that.
I'm not criticizing. I'm just.
Oh no, you can yell at them if they, don't have any common courtesy. But
I'm just glad that they, at the very least, waited until we all went traveling in the Vado at the same time.
Yeah, I would have been remiss to not have prepared silence on the way here. Although, just as a quick,
done something as stupid. Come on, they've all done something that's stupid.
quick count on my hands. No, I don't think it would have been for long enough anyhow.
Hand.
Well, let them have it. If anybody's resting in there then tonight, we shall find accommodations here, and hopefully with Sergeant and Asshole, we'll be able to cross the river and make some time tomorrow.
Hoping so.
So,
Yes.
unless anybody needs something, I think I'm going to retire myself.
Just one thing. if you happen to be alone with Etor, please torment him in some way. I beg of you.
Give me some descriptions. What should I do? Pull wings off? Hmm.
Nothing that damaging, but I still don't know what irks him, but this is far too descriptive. I'm going to need a lot more alcohol than I anticipated on this trip.
You know, down south they make a game out of putting weights into small bags and hitting them with their feet. Could do the same thing with him.
Yeah,
See how long
maybe
you can
just
keep him in the air without touching the ground.
yeah, maybe just put him in a sack and spin him around really fast. I'm hoping that Construct still can get nauseous because this, it's not so much that I'm feeling sick to my stomach, but I really did not wish to know any of this, and now I have to pretend like I don't. So yeah, get him back for me.
He like kind of raps on the table and then stands up and does one of those and leaves you to it. I'm assuming everybody will be taking their own leave as well eventually.
I'll nurse to Vernix for a bit and just get them alcohol while they bleach their eyes and soul.
All right.
It's only the mental vision that needs to be bleached, which unfortunately is kind of the character's weakness. Very good at visualizing things, and oh god, how could this have turned out this way?
I'll try and ferry enough alcohol to at least help.
Vic doesn't say anything, but he's thinking back to his conversation with Melia about whether or not this is where he wants to be in his life. Right?
I like to imagine that Vic doesn't really understand what's happening.
Yeah, he doesn't actually speak common. He just is really good at faking it.
Mm-hmm.
I think you meant along the lines of not understanding human emotions and desires.
Oh, like thinking they're playing Tiddlywinks back there, and now he's just internalized like, Phoenix is really just is offset by Tiddlywinks. It's just it's got to be some sort of deep-seated trauma. I really shouldn't get too much further into that.
Yeah, it's now canon that Vic doesn't know what sex is.
Vic's
Which would
virgin
explain
confirmed.
some things.
Yeah, 40-year-old virgin.
Just like Kiryu.
Alright, so, and with this, your third night of travels have come to a close. 2 more days of travel will take you to the outskirts of Vetterholm and to the next chapter in your tale, whenever that may be. We might be playing next week, depending on a couple of things, but if this is it, this will be it for me as GM for some time. You know, it's kind of an unusual place, but hey, at least it's a transitory piece between the last arc and the next one. So, thank you all for playing, and for those of you who have been watching at home, I'm so sorry. And also, thank you for watching, and catch us on the next one. Good night.
Mm-hmm.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night, out.